Alrighty, so CV line regrind. Well, can't do it unless we do the dude. So you could buy this, buy these things. Just get some extra commander spaces, I guess. What, million? Sure, we can do that. No slot with commander, basic, sure. If I'm gonna do it, I might as well do it right. So, buy with commander. So why am I doing this? Because when you reset the line, all the commanders have to go into your naval commander list thing. Okay, and I have that. Somebody on it, cool. So now I just need to send to reserve, change commander. Not what I'm looking for. Still have 6 slots open. So I'm just gonna recruit some commanders. Gonna fill it up. So Hey everybody. See people around, and that's gonna fill up the commander slots. They have 75 places, whatever, on the commander thing, but even though it kind of sucks, I have time to do this, but it's like, oh, the double modifiers in 4 days. But I'm gonna reset the US line. I do actually tell people to play the US line first, so I thought it'd actually be kind of cool if we just went ahead and did a US line regrind. So all these commanders got kicked to the commander thing, the commander place in the sky, which means we just gained 7 reserve slots for free. So I mean, if you want to increase your reserve slots, it's an option you have. And we can get rid of this just before I forget. Do we get some free slots? I have others that I need to dismiss too, or yeah, I guess so. Don't care. I mean, they have no points, so just go away. Rockin'. Alright, so that frees up some space. You got 9 spots, just in case I swap commanders around, I don't accidentally dismiss something. Rather than run through all of these lower tier things, I'm just gonna go right to the Langley. I mean, we're not here to watch super low ship play, so just gonna research and blitz through this. Don't need to buy it, don't care. Cool. And we'll research and actually purchase this one. I do not need a commander for this, thank you. Because we already have one. Now the commander that I use for this only has 9 points. So I mean, like, seal clubber, whatever. Well, we're just taking 9 points. We're generating a few additional ships a little faster and going with healthier. I mean, could you go with some other stuff? Sure, you could. Do you need to? I mean, it's tier 4. It's a learning tier. I mean, you could go with all this other stuff, recommended fire chance and all whatever, but you're not here to blow everything up. You're not here to do crazy damage. You're just here to kind of learn how to shoot, which is what tier 4 is about. That's why the AA is terrible. But we are going to look at the planes real quick so we can kind of make some decisions about what we're going to do when we get into the game. I guess I should flag a little bonus XP and commander stuff. Sure. I don't think I need to run damage flags and all that silliness. I do have this cool community contributor flag that gives me plus 5 XP. Rawr. Broken. And then it comes down to this. So we've got a few of these camos, which is kind of cool. Double XP. I think these are 100. Is there something that also has like Commander XP? Maybe 120s? I think these are 125s. So yeah, I can do that. Just, you know, anything we can to kind of blitz through this, all the better. I really don't need any of that stuff. This is just some stuff. I don't necessarily want to blow through all those either. All right, so let's try and look at what is our weaponry going to do? What are we going to get out of this? You have been summoned, says Magic Missile. Apparently in 2020, you've watched and lurked in the channel for 628 hours. Yeah, I think I saw you had like, over in 2020, I generated 2.3 million channel points. And we have 11 VIPs, so 1.1 million of those have been redeemed. But yeah, I think your name was listed amongst the most active viewers. All right, so we've got 3 types of planes. We've got rockets, we got torps, we got bombs. And Tier 4 is going to be an introduction to what the armament types are. So rockets are going to be for fast-moving targets. If we see, we have a size attacking flight of 3 planes. They go out in wave of 6, so we can shoot up to twice. Rockets in payload 4 each, so we shoot a total of 12. So theoretically, if we hit all 12 rockets, we'd be doing something like 8,000, 7,500 damage, which is not going to happen. The reticle is going to be too large for that. So mostly these are about kind of hitting maneuverable targets. We have torps, which recently got nerfed, which is good. They did need to be pulled back. So this actually continues to have the double drop, which was added like a year and a half ago, or a year, something like that. And but they did pull back the torp damage. So if we land both torps, it's 7,000 potential damage for any kind of mitigation or saturation mechanics. So this is actually 7,000. If we land the torps, it does the damage. This is going to be something we probably lead on pretty heavily. So it's a skill shot. So I mean, we could certainly miss, but if we hit, it's going to matter. And we've got bombs. We only drop 2 at a time. Go out and attack in waves, or drops of 2 out of waves of 6. 7,300. So we do what? 14,000, which means we're doing, if we land both bombs, we're doing like 4,500 damage. So 7,000 potential. 4,500 potential, and then, well, this says 7,000 really, but it's probably more in the 4,000. So torps are going to be the big lead, and then we have the other options as well. Let's look at penetration values, because the US has excellent pen. 27 millimeter pen on the rockets. Like, okay. The good news with this is, if we shoot something with rockets, it's probably going to matter. So that's cool. We got some fire chance in there, woot. And then for bombs, 42 millimeter pen at tier 4, that's probably more than enough that if we're going to hit something, we're probably going to do damage, which is one of the reasons I recommend the US line in the first place. Because there's some CV lines where you're going to try to attack stuff and you get the hits, which is like, yay, I hit it, because people, you know, they got to learn. And it doesn't do any damage, shatters, or it ricochets, and it's like, well, shit. It's not a good learning situation. So we're gonna go off and do the thing. Usually earlier in the day, you know, there's less players on. I think it's Super Bowl Sunday, so maybe there are people that are just like totally checked out on this game. But we might end up having some bots, which can be bad in the sense that you can play right and do everything correctly, but their bots kill your bots faster, so you lose. But, you know, it's okay. 27 millimeter pen, I can pen a Slava. Early strim. Yeah, it is an early strim. Hey, Mr. Zoo. Hey, Doc Supreme. Hey, Soa Crow. Hey, Failcon. Hey, Minisir. Hey, Damien Doss. And, of course, Serpent. Hey Nib, Gilliax. Hey, it's Numbers, Mirrodin. Lots of folks hanging out. Yeah, so I've done a few of these regrind streams before. Basically, it just allows me to kind of zone in on a line and just sort of do the thing. And for somebody that really wanted to work on the line or kind of figure out the line, it's basically hours of content. You could just throw it on, just kind of edge out to it, and do whatever. Am I doing divisions? I mean, if people wanted to div with me, I could div, but I'm just going to be running this all the way up. People want to rotate in and out, I don't much care. I've been told before that some people appreciate that I play solo. Well, I often play solo. Just because it gives more of a representation of, like, if you're the CV and you're in this situation and you're not in a div, what happens? Would I recommend any tier 8 premium CVs at the moment? To newer players, tier 6 CVs are the better premium choice because they are more they're a little less gimmicky. Maybe the low end hearts not, I mean, they do have their gimmicks, but they're more natural, I guess. And then you when you get to the tier 8s, they also kind of have a gimmick. The Indomitable is a slingshot gimmick. The Graf Zeppelin has like a secondary meme kind of gimmick and really fast planes. Kaga, waves of planes. Saipan, very few, very effective planes. Enterprise, not available, but... I can recommend the Kaga. If you feel up to the challenge, I can recommend the Saipan. I like the Saipan a lot, but it is very resource intensive. I'm gonna start with the Torps. I do enjoy the Indomitable. It's a little tough to kind of figure, so you're definitely going to want to check out somebody that plays it before you make that investment, just to make sure it's something that's going to fit your playstyle. So you're going to rev up to 126 and kind of let it coast. Let the boost regen so we can try to get across the map a little faster. And then Graf Zeppelin, you know, seasoned to taste. You're probably going to want to do a little investigation on that one, because it's a little bit of a Franken meme ship. And obviously the Enterprise is not available. Do we get any bots? We did not. I mean, it is a Sunday, so I guess people are playing. So tier 4, there are no fighters, so I don't have to worry about flying into fighters from this dude. And only one destroyer, which is good. Because we do not, you know, bingo destroyers in low tier games. I mean, I could try to torp them, but... Right, well, the Exeter popped a little fighter there. I don't think our regen is aggressively amazing. So I don't necessarily want to just throw away some planes, but... I'm try to go to... No, Nicholas is turning in. Try to go in on the Karlsruhe. I think that's going to be okay. 6,000, not very much. How hard do you turn? Probably not going to be very good. Just take the drop before the plane goes down. I do still have 5 torpedo planes. I think I'll keep leaning on that. I did get 1, which is nice. But we'll get 3 planes back out of 6, which is not great. Thank you for the info. Sure. I do talk a lot, so that is certainly a thing that I can provide, is information by talking a lot. Alright, I do kind of want to go in. I don't know if AA has been buffed per se, but I definitely felt that. Oh, there's a lot of tier 5s. Okay. So tier 5's definitely going to have some noticeable AA. Because we did lose half of our flight there. We lost 3 out of 6, which is pretty remarkable at tier 6. Because, or sorry, tier 4. Tier 4 has, in general, a very gentle AA experience. I mean, we're not weaving and dodging flak. We're not, you know, it's not a high octane go, 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 holy shit kind of experience. For the most part, you know, it's really about finding and lining up your strikes. It's about learning how to use the planes. So this dude's just like full broadside. You gonna turn back in, or? Well, I think he's just dead. So it does take a while to fly over. I think I might have to work on the Nicholas. I think I might have to do now. Could try to go on the Kirov, maybe. What is this? I don't know. How about this?
Teammate, I need your support.
I don't really think he's gonna be able to brawl the Nicholas, but I mean, if I can get some torps into this dude. Okay, Nicholas with the 5.8 click range. Tier 5, sure. Seems legit. Okay, so the Mitsuki is back capping Bravo, which is good. How far do we have to lead this? Pretty effing far. We got one. I think I'll work on the gang nut. Try to slow this down, and I might actually have to start moving because the Langley is exceptionally slow. Oh, I guess he's torping me. That's fine. But I'm definitely going to need to start moving. As far as torps go, he's going to have to torp me many, many times before he's going to be able to take me out. This is just awkward. Can one of y'all get this? Can one of y'all just go in to Charlie? Okay, Oklahoma is dead. Texas on top of the gang nut. That's kind of a problem. Can keep trying to work on the, keep working on the Nicholas, maybe? Maybe with this one? Maybe? Might be a good line. Looks good. I don't think that saved him, because obviously he's going to get wrecked by everybody else, but at least we can line the shot.
Problem solved, sir.
This is a lot of battleships. Okay, Mitsuki's being harassed. Gonna have to start leaning on some other weapons here. Yeah, one plane down, second plane down. Let's just take the drop. Let's get some other weapons into the rotation here. Hosho needs to take himself out of timeout. I guess he turned in and maybe dudded one of them. Gangnut is back? Yeah. Gangut, whatever the hell it is. Looks like Gangut. Well, I don't know why I read it as Gangnut, but once I did, it was hard to go back. Okay. Yeah, the Saipan having tier 10 planes, pretty badass, but the tier 10 planes are, like right now, when we look at these planes, we have 6. These 2 are the only ones that are going to drop. These right now are just running, basically running protection duty. They're armor to get the planes to where they're supposed to go. So we've already lost 1. We're about to lose 2. We're going to lose a 3rd one probably before we get the drop off. And I think we lose those planes to the fighter, maybe? Maybe they get out. It'd be nice if they do. Holy God, this is so slow. Maybe I can post up on this island. We don't have a flank, so I mean I can't go there.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Just do that. Hey Antonov, what's up? Yeah, not a big fan of the lemming train strategy, especially when I'm in an 18-knot ship. I don't get to play catch-up very well. This is so funny, like, can you imagine a kid that, you know, did something wrong, you have them, like, stare into the corner? Think about what you did. I'm sorry. So let's make sure we're revving up to 126 so we can try to maximize the boost. Then we're going to cut it. Let it coast down to maybe 105, 110. Did I mind you sync dropping? No, you can sync drop. I mean, how hard is this dude gonna turn? Decently hard. Well, so I don't know exactly why the New York and the Texas are all the way down there. Maybe they're thinking that the CV's behind the island or something. We can try to work on this. Knocked his engine. Maybe we can aim for like the rear of the ship. Nope, that's still gonna be amidships. Ideally, it'd be good to get a flood. It's probably gonna be more back here. Maybe. Nope, no flood. Just gonna keep throwing torps. I mean, I could practice rockets, I could practice bombs, but again, I think the torps are probably the best throughput. So that's why I'm going to lean on them, because I can strike the Ganget for 5 if I land both. If I get the bombs, I'm going to be hitting him for like 2.5 to 4. That being said, I could set fires. That would be good. Oh look, it's another Langley that goes 18 knots and can't get the hell away when his team runs. It is the slowest in the game, literally. Yes, the Langley is painfully slow. So if we get 3 full torp runs on the Ganget, we can take it out, unless it has a heal, which it probably does. But with a New York over there that's also shredding planes, looks like the Rhine has taken a fancy to us. Love you too, sir. Wow, that's slow. Alright, we got some assistance from other CV. It's probably a kill.
Autopilot mode enabled.
That's from something down there in New York, maybe? I don't know. Move forward, try and get a little more coverage with the large part of the island. But I mean, if the CV snipe was from the Rhine, if that's what rocketed us for about 30% of our health, I mean, he can just come back and do it again, really. Bogue was the second slowest. Okay, so we're down to about 100 something. We'll go back up to the 120. When we start the attack run, this is going to bleed down to like the base speed. Or bleed down, I guess, to an attack speed or something, so throwing lots of additional speed in there is a little bit wasteful. Okay, so the Texas AA does not suck, but the New York AA does not seem to be great. That's good to know. So we're taking like 15 damage every percentage of a second. We do lose this plane though. Slowly working on this. Texas is mid.
Our victory is in sight.
Oh, that's actually more forward than I was hoping for. Whatever, we'll be fine. And we'll just keep cycling, try and work on these. And New York doesn't have an AA buddy. Granted, again, it's tier 4, but still, not having an AA buddy, no bueno. Texas doesn't have an AA buddy. Looks like we have some reset shells inbound. I will work on this, though, just because this is the offside. I don't know, I guess I could work on the Texas. work on resets. Reset's gonna be extra experience. Reset ribbons are okay. But it's gonna be a long fucking road to get all these assholes dead at 4,000 damage a drop. Shit. I think we have to start rolling fires.
Autopilot mode enabled.
To work on this. Maybe this is a stock hull, because I mean that New York seems to be doing some serious damage. This New York, not so much. So the Hakuryu initially had a 2 torp drop and a 4 torp drop. Okay, he floods. Good. We can work on the Texas still. Sucks that we're not going to be able to reset them. Ooh, those are to us. No, Congo. Cool. Good. Can reset on the New York. US bombers, very maneuverable. We lose 1 plane. We lose the 2nd plane. We lose the 3rd plane. No fires. Womp womp. Try setting fires again.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Texas is in New York with massive AA upgrades. The New York itself does not. Well, it seemed like the New York was what was killing me, not the Texas. But I mean, I guess, how am I really gonna know? Please give me a fire. This is not a fire. Well, we don't have demolition expert, so that's 5% on the bombs we're missing. We're not using any damage flags, so that's a little more percentage we're missing. But it's all right. Don't think we're gonna get to this in time. Maybe. Still what? 15 seconds? Somebody has to shoot him. 15 seconds.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
1 shell only, Vasily. 1 shell only. Maybe, maybe, maybe. Good. How hard are you turning, dude? Yeah, see, like this. This is not insignificant. This New York is like spec'd for AA or something. He's doing 40 a tick. I've already lost 2 planes to him and not a lot amount of time. Hopefully that's some reset ribbons. I might have dropped too close. Please arm. Well, we actually got a flood, which is kind of cool. And we went in 20 seconds. Jesus. I really like that movie. I liked Hunt for the Red October a lot. Fun story. Tom Clancy put Hunt for the Red October out on like a little military publishing thingy. And he got a visit by he got a visit by some scary people that were wondering why he was releasing or why he knew about classified data. He's like, what? And you know, in the book or whatever, I'm just gonna keep going. In the book, wait, actually no. Let me see what my experience is. 6,000. Yeah. This will be a bit of a road. 40,000, really? Fuck. So we got 7,000 off that. 12, whatever. When the CV rework dropped, you still had the old flooding mechanics where a single flood would do 66% of a ship's health pool. Which is one of the reasons why Hakuryu was busted. Oh, I had heard they changed flooding, but I think that was before I started. I started in patch like 8.2 or 8.3. And people had already said that flooding was changed. I think flooding just basically got turned into a different form of a fire. But the flooding has a slow attached to it, whereas the fire has no movement penalties. Yes, I reset my US line. So this is a regrind stream. Starting at the tier 4, going back to the tier 10. Probably not going to make it to the midway today. But, you know, I can play. So I think with the past regrind streams, if I'm not using all the crazy special flags, we'll probably hit the Lexington at about the 6 to 8 hour mark. Right. So it's a bit of a ways.
Action stations.
But Tom Clancy, when visited by these scary government men, said, "Oh, I can show you," and he shows them like this military magazine where it talks about this part of this new piece of cool equipment. Hey, isn't this so awesome? And then a different military magazine where it talks about a different section of said equipment on this cool new military thing. And he's like, you know, it doesn't really take a lot of thought to put the two together and kind of figure out what they can do and whatever. And they went ahead and they reviewed, like, you know, they reviewed all the interviews and all like the little piecemeal pieces of information that they'd put out to people that, you know, were military fans and whatever. And they went, oh, maybe we need to be a little more concerned with what we're putting out there. But after that, I think he was so well received that the military started to kind of work with him and give him, try to help him be a little more accurate, I guess. I should go for this, I just don't know if I can. I don't want to fly all the way over here just to waste the shot. Oh, it's hard turning in. It's too bad. I don't know. I don't think that arms... Maybe we get one? Not one. Go with rockets for the Nicholas, the deny. See if we can kind of break this a little bit. And I can use this island for cover. I think it is. Once the Piotr gets the fuck out of the way. Whatever. We'll try to work on this. We'll try to work on the deny. But I mean, if they're gonna use evasive maneuvers, it is going to be tough to deal with them. At least as far as torps are concerned. Any ideas where I'll spend the research points from this? Wherever I spend them. The reason the research bureau exists is because there are people that have finished all the content in the game. So it's like the only thing you can do at this point is just start another account or wait until the next patch to grind some more shit. So the research bureau, holy fuck. Okay. The research bureau is it's literally just designed to give people something to do. And I'd already finished all the CV content in the game. So it's like, all right, well, so I've done multiple regrinds. That's actually pretty badass. I didn't expect the reticle to be that tight. That was useful. Our Kloss probably takes the Nicholas at this point if he just uses guns, which he didn't, but hey, whatever. When we get our 6 planes back, we can try to work on the Isakaze. Yeah, the free XP option was removed, which is too bad. Is this guy okay? You alright, friend?
Teammate, I need your support.
Whatever. Who knows what he's doing? Well, at least he's safe. God save the Piotr. Oh, don't know if I have enough distance for this to arm. Maybe I do. Yeah, I do. I don't think I have the return strike. Ooh, I could go for the Isakaze though. That's what we'll do. Try to go in on the Isakaze, see what he's doing. Engines are puff passing to the rear. Which means something about there, although I might not have led enough. That's a kill.
Enemy destroyer sunk.
I have a single torp and I got latched by fighters, so try to bomb the New York or something. What the fuck is this? It's in his little hidey hole. Don't rockets generally trend toward the center of the reticle? Rocket dispersion is different than bomb dispersion. Bomb dispersion used to be oriented toward the center of the target, but then it got altered to kind of like be on the outside of the target, but it disperses inward. For the rockets, I think they kind of generally disperse in the center of the reticle, and some disperses in, some disperses out, which I'm not exactly sure how else to describe that. Or it could be on the outside, but much of it disperses a lot, some of it disperses a medium amount, which is why if you under aim the reticle, you increase the dispersion. Sometimes it pushes more rockets into the center than if you have a fully dialed in reticle, which is actually kind of weird. But that's, I mean, I have to say that, but I do believe that's anecdotal. It's just something that it feels like it's true. I don't know if it is true. But US US bombers, the reticle is built for battleships. We can see, probably repairs that. So you can see that, you know, it fits fairly comfortable on a battleship. Not so comfortable on a cruiser, definitely not comfortably on a destroyer. But as you start getting into the higher end lines, you'll drop more and more bombs at a time. And because you drop more bombs, you have more of a chance of that bomb connecting with the DD or connecting with the cruiser, something of that nature. And I mean, a single bomb hit can be a significant amount of damage. Booster, I don't have a completely accurate answer for you. The only thing I can tell you is that well, I'll try to explain it in paint after this. Okay. I guess we work on this, maybe? Revolucia used to have a pretty devastating amount of AA. I don't know if it still does. I'm assuming not, but there was a time where it was actually like, when it was first released, it felt like a lot of the ships that they released after the CV rework had quite a bit of anti-air. Probably because people were just, you know, all the folks that were upset about the CV rework were like, we need tools to fight this back. Is he healing? Or did we just do no damage? Oh, okay, healing. Well, that's good. Maybe. Maybe that works out.
Problem solved, sir.
Do you feel like this is working out? As if AA mattered when slingshotting was a thing. Slingshotting did not exist when CVs were released. Slingshotting was created when Hakuryu bombs and US bombs were, I mean, it was felt like they were just too accurate. It was too easy to put the reticle and have a consistent hit. so they slowed the drop speed. But that meant that the camera lingered on the bombs for longer, which meant the other planes were able to travel further, you know, ignoring AA, which is where the slingshot controversy came out. Which they let that exist for a little while, probably a patch or two. They kind of felt out, you know, how is this interacting? What does this do? Basically, do we care? Because it's not going to be something that everybody does, but to the people that know how to do it, I mean, it's significant. Ultimately, they did remove it because that's not the way they designed the game to function. You were supposed to interact with AA. But they did create the Indomitable as kind of in memory of it. I think the designers thought like, huh, well, this is kind of novel. Like, yes, this is not what we intended, but this is kind of an interesting mini game. So they created a carrier that kind of fit the slingshot concept. Do we even get to drop again? Maybe. Who knows? Hey, we got a fire. Hour of prayer. Slingshot was not a bug, it was an unintended consequence. Sometimes in game design stuff, that's called a happy accident. Basically, you had an idea, like, you have a situation. Okay. So the situation is the cat wants to go outside all the time. All right, well, we can install a little cat flap on the door so the cat can go outside. And then it turns out that raccoons start coming into your house. Well, that's probably not what you wanted. You just wanted something that could allow the cat to go outside. You didn't have to open the door all the time, but now you have an unintended consequence of that change. But if it turns out that instead of random raccoons, you end up having like an outdoor cat that's really cool, ends up kind of joining the family, well, it's a happy accident. You didn't intend for it to happen, but you ended up with an outcome that you're like, well, this is kind of cool. So the slingshotting thing ended up being like that. It wasn't what was intended. The player use where they got through AA in an unintended fashion was not something that they forethought. But I mean, it's kind of cool. So they created the Indomitable to live around that mechanic, but they did remove it from everything else. It's a happy little accident. Some happy little trees. Some happy little flak clouds over here. Yeah, just some happy little flak. Happy little citadels. Your daughter was a happy little accident. Yep, see, you know. You went in there with an intention, and it happened to result in something you didn't quite expect. But the intent was good. Hey, Lord Zeph. What's up, sir? We're in game 2 of the USCV line Regrind. Slow and steady as she goes. When will the MFHS emote be changed with the S crossed out? I don't know, I suppose I could try to get in touch with KSN and see if he could do me a quick change, so we could do that with the little slash across the S. That would be topically fun. Actually, I probably should do that. I think he could probably do that in just a few seconds. Yeah, we got the shout-out thing going. Which I believe Serpent was the one that set that up, so thank you very much, Serpent Lord.
Our victory is in sight.
Okay. Might get the kill, just nope. Burn! Hey! We did get a kill. Every little kill makes this go faster, so yeehaw. When you get the hidden menace emote instead. Let's try to let the engine boost build up. I'm gonna have to go through the Hosho's fighters here, so let's see. I need to be outside of 2 kilometers, and then we can try to play catch up and maybe get the drop before this hits. This should latch as soon as it hits around 2, maybe? No. Yeah, this is gonna take way too long. I just wanted to play with them. Okay. Well, this is pretty done. Once one of these goes down, I mean, this will be pretty finito. 30 seconds? There's no way in hell I get across there in 30 seconds, so that's cool. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hop into Paint real quick and try to describe what I was talking about to Booster. Okay, so as far as the reticle, the bombing reticle was concerned, you have the bombing reticle, and you've got, you know, you got your little stuff going, you got your little aiming gun sight thing. So for the Lexington, that's what I'm going to use as the example here. For the Lexington, you drop 6 bombs. And depending on how aimed it is, those bombs might, get this a little bigger, those bombs might do something like this. You know, because they're aiming toward the center of the gun sight. You know, they're biased toward the center and they disperse outward. So they want to be in the center, but sometimes dispersion will affect things and push them out toward the outer edge. So you might have maybe, instead of those 6 being dead center, maybe this one is pushed out here. Well, they changed this because if you have it turns out if you've got a destroyer that's about yay big, then that destroyer is going to have a really bad time. Because you can pretty accurately just put the gun sight on them and mess them up. So they changed it instead so that the bombs were outward biased, which means most of the bombs will drop out here with maybe 1 or possibly 2 that'll drop in. So it forced more of a dispersion effect because a lot of the stuff's going to be on this outer edge, and from the outer edge it will disperse inward. So one of the things that you can also kind of see with rockets is that with rocket dispersion, as far like maybe for the German CVs, right? If you fully dial in the reticle, you'll see that most of these rockets will kind of do this. So it's mostly in the center. This is probably like an overly, I don't know, we'll do maybe this. So that's what it tends to be. But you can also find, and this is kind of strange, we'll leave these colors up, that if you de-aim the reticle a little, so if the reticle is actually a little larger, that because of this, I believe, and this again, this could be anecdotal data, this is not necessarily something that I can say is absolutely true, but you could imagine that the same dispersion pattern on the inside might be like this, but because there's more dispersion here, and dispersion is coded as inward, then you have more dispersion here. Which means you start to see something more like this. In the actual rocket dispersion, it comes off more like that. So sometimes when you de-aim by a small amount, it feels like the dispersion actually tightens up and it starts to press more toward the center. Or maybe the better way to represent it would be, instead of going in slightly, it goes in greatly, but because it goes in from here to here, it ends up almost coming more toward the center as opposed to going through the center and out to the other side. Again, this is anecdotal data. This is not real. This is not something that I can say like, this is in the code, it's 100% true. But I've seen, when I have a non-fully aimed in reticle, I've seen more that cluster to the center in a way that's bizarre than a fully aimed reticle that has a standard dispersion pattern. Which is kind of interesting. Sometimes you can use that, but again, anecdotal data. I cannot say that it is absolutely that is the way that it works. 5,000, 1,100. So our average base XP is not too amazing. Torpedo dispersion has seemingly no rule set to it that I can understand. Torpedo dispersion is simply that, again, based on observable, my observation. So you'll have your torpedoes do this, whatever, and you'll have, this will be the arming line, say. Then you'll have your, whatever, your light green. This is where it's effective. So you'll have your 3 planes that will drop from down here. plane A, plane B, plane whatever. And previously, prior to Torpedo Dispersion, you would always drop down the center of basically what I think of as the bowling alley. It would always drop in the center. Then they changed the reticle when they added the hybrid ships. They altered the reticles because I guess they altered the way they interacted with some shit. And it kind of broke CVs for like a week or two until they kind of unscrewed up the back end clutter or whatever. Basically, like CV team and hybrid team might be different teams and their code started to clash or something. So, but since then, you have the bowling alley where it could drop in the center, it could drop in, it could drop out. It could drop in the center, it could drop in, it could drop out. There's no conceivable pattern or reason as to why it does what it does. But because of this, for instance, thing, you could have a drop here, and a drop here. You could have drop, drop, drop. Like you could, basically it just drops somewhere in the bowling alley to go from point A to point Z, you know. But I haven't seen much in the way of like, I don't think I've seen any of this. I don't think I've ever seen any off-angle drops, only forward moving. The only exception to that I can possibly think of is just whatever. There are some reticles where you haven't finished aiming. So it looks something like this. And yet when it drops, you have torpedoes that look something like this, where it ends up being like this weirdness. So it ends up being extremely straight, even though the reticle looks de-aimed. So I don't know if that's really a problem with the reticle or if the reticle is incorrect. So like if the, you know, outer bar, which eventually firms up into this inner bar, if this is a representation of aiming as opposed to the actual reticle aim. So this could be a graphical representation that an artist came up with, that a coding person timed start, end, but the actual way that the numbers for the aiming on the back end may not actually link up with this. So it might actually be that while this shows like say a 3-second aiming time, it could actually be that in reality it's a 2-second aiming time and the graphic is misrepresented. That would be something for like people that really want to go balls deep into trying to test and stuff to figure out. That's not something I have access to in terms of general information, if that makes sense. All right, we're gonna keep doing the thing. I can't say. All I could say, Booster, is what I have as anecdotal data and what you're describing as anecdotal data. So I can't say if that's actually reality or not. I don't know the back-end code. But there was actually an instance, so like with the old Midway or whatever. So you had the six drop or something, which essentially was 3 bowling alleys. They just dropped two torps in each. Well, I had one where it was dispersed pretty wide. I mean, like, yay. And I was actually able to line up the off-shot bowling alley with a DD that had its engine broken and did not have last stand. So I basically bank-shotted a torp and landed 2 torps into a DD at range and killed him, which I thought was pretty kickin'. Should inquire about that now that I'm CC. I mean, I guess that would be smart. I haven't dived into what I can and cannot do as a CC at the moment because I've just been really busy. So in terms of like reaching my full potential, I'll get there. But for right now, I'm just trying to get, you know, get through this day, get through the next day, get through the day after that. Not gonna lie, I feel a little overwhelmed by life at the moment, but I have no plans for this Sunday, which is why we're doing a regrind stream. Am I a buccaneer? I don't know what that means. All right. This looks kind of chaotic. Maybe I can take an island position. I don't know. We'll find out. Only have 2 battleships, which is nice. Super Bowls today. Since he knows this privileged information. Oh, I don't know what he's talking about. Right. As far as the Super Bowl, I used to watch the Super Bowl for the commercials, but I don't watch Super Bowl stuff very often. Can I hit any of this? I guess I can hit the Charleston. We're gonna hard turn off to the right, so we could see kind of the bowling alley stuff. One went center, one dispersed to the right. Oh, this sucks. Pop the engine boost to try and hit the Miyogi before the planes are dead. See if these rockets are gonna not suck again, because that 5K was no joke. Let's see. Clemson, Derpski is in smoke. It's unfortunate. Maybe I can work on this. These planes are so slow, boost is actually deceptive. Let's see how this works. This intersection is the minimum aiming. Wow. Need to lead a lot more with the rockets. They're very slow. It's like Enterprise rockets slow. Need to pre-aim a lot. There's a category of testers that are called privateers by Wargaming, but as we all know, are really buccaneers. Okay. Yeah, the dev blog did announce that the FDR was originally, it had a heel, and it had multiple heels. So essentially you'd be coming out with a lot of planes, you'd make a strike, and then you'd have a long downtime. And you would use that very long downtime to heal your planes back up, and then come back in and recommit to the strike. Obviously in its final form it has no healing, but it was initially designed with a heal. That was a thing that was on devblog. I mean, initially it just looked like it was going to be fucking shit. It initially looked like it was just going to be something where it had a massive alpha, just a really strong breach potential, which ultimately is what it still has. Yeah, if this dude's bobbing and weaving and shit, there's not much I'm going to be able to do against that. Actually, I can come in on this line. He either has to commit forward or he has to keep turning. Or beach. It's also an acceptable outcome. But I can't turn that hard. Bro, can you kill this, please?
Destination reached. Autopilot mode disabled.
See if I can push him out. I'm wasting so much time. But I don't have tools to deal with this shit.
Teammate, I need your support. All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target.
Maybe. We had a long torp drop. Good, we got some dispersion. Why the fuck are you sailing the other way? Whatever. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Bruh.
Teammate, I need your support. Teammate, I need your support.
this. Shoot this.
Stations requesting fire on
Shoot
the designated
that.
target.
With guns. Fuck it. No. Pop the engine boost. Can't keep dicking with this. He did 4,000. It's just about fuck all nothing. We can rocket the Ubari or something. I don't know. This is definitely a loss. Try and lead pretty generously. Not very much at all. They try to bomb the Ubari? I don't know. If I need to interact with this stuff, I have to land torps, but maybe this is where we actually put a commander on here with commander points, because my output is terrible. We might get him with that. One can hope. Thank God.
We've sunk an enemy destroyer.
Well, he beached, so hopefully this works out to our advantage. Cool. Yeah. Strike one. I know, man. I know the commander's not going to change anything, but traditionally when I play tier 4s, I only play with a 9-point captain. Just to show people, like, really, the basic part of a CV build, more faster, healthier. That's all you really need. Everything else is just kind of bonus, but like, maybe some additional fire chance will give me some additional damage pressure. Stop neglecting the bombs here. You gonna make him beach again? No, he turns in. No, he is gonna beach. Will we get one, maybe? Please? Fuck it. Fuck it, man. Alrighty. Intercept grayed out for the tier 4 commanders? You know, I'm not sure. They should be, but I don't know. Alright. Could try to bomb the Ubari. He hasn't put out the fire. I guess I'll go for the Ubari. Let's try to get this dude, keep this dude occupied. Power sliding is useful. Slides into the bomb. Hey, Citadel. Booyah. It doesn't kill us. It only makes us stronger.
We're taking on water quickly.
Hosho's running faster than we are. We're the slow fat kid that gets taken off the field.
Fighter airborne.
I think the Langley does turn pretty well, though. I think she turns fairly aggressively. So we might get, well, nope. Thought we might get maybe one more flight, but I guess not. How hard are you turning it? We get a reset ribbon. Should be going for the Bogatyr as far as like experience is concerned. He repair that? He did. Aim for the rear of the ship. Give me a flood. That's not a flood. Whatever. What's the upgrade from Shikaku to Hikuryu to justify tier 10? I might not really see it. The Hikuryu has heavier hitting torps. It has faster planes. Its fighter consumable is 7 planes instead of 5. I believe it has more health. It has an armored deck, which can withstand punishment in a bow-end position. Its rockets are not nearly as strong as the tier 8 rockets because the dispersion is much worse. But the torps are extremely heavy. Plus, I think you have more. You start with more torpedo planes than the Shikaku does. I think Shikaku has like 18 at the start, whereas the Hikuryu has like 20 or 24. And the bombs have more pen and harder citadel damage. It's got some, just doesn't have a ton. Basically, tier 10 CVs did receive a round of nerfs with the rocket reticle change, which in some cases makes them feel less capable than their tier 8 counterparts, but... The fuck was that? Did you hear something that sounded like a snare or whatever? The shit was that for? Oh, commander's dismissed. Like, what the fuck? Like, noise was this? Have I seen the Immelmann? Seems pretty underwhelming with the aircraft it has, not even looking at actual gameplay. I haven't played it. I have seen it. I mean, it's imported. It looks like the MVR. It's the same hull. It's kind of like the Roosevelt is just a Midway class ship. It's just that it's named so it's specific as opposed to being a Midway class. The Immelmann is, I guess, the Richthofen class ship. Something? I don't know. But yeah, like looking at the stats where it's got a 4-drop of torps, a 4-drop of skip bombs, it feels like it feels like they're making it into a tier 10 Kaga. It's kind of what they're doing. Like, you get a lot of planes, they're coming in 4 drops, but 4 drops have counterplay because they have the long wind-up time and stuff. So, I don't know. Will it work out? Will it feel feasible? Will it feel good? I don't know. But, it's not that strange. Ugh. This is gonna be a long, slow slog. Wait. Do I have points here? No, this is literally just a 9-point captain. How could I make this less miserable? Would that even matter? So if we land 2 torps and 2 protection, that'd be 700 more damage pushing through torpedo protection. I mean, because we were torping some battleships for 4,300, so that would make it that we were torping for 5k. I mean, that's more. Don't care about the bomb speed. Additional fire chance would be nice. So I need to really focus on rolling fires at this point, because the torps are just, they're not doing the trick. Additional boost speed might be good as well. Whatever. Man, I don't want to flag for this, but I think I might. Yeah, I don't know if I want to div. I mean, I could div. Oh, whatever. Okay. Do I want flags? I think we do that. I'll buy some more flood flags. Because this is so anemic. This is painful. This is pretty rough. Signals. What is it? It's down here, right? Yeah. Okay, well, whatever. Keep doing the thing. You'd like to see a carrier with sequential attack patterns. The only carrier that currently has sequential attack patterns is the Indomitable because of the extremely low reload time. But you can sequentially torp. Torp reload is fairly quick. It's about 2 seconds, 3 seconds. So you can torp a target and then move on to the next and torp that target. I mean, you already can do that magic missile. That's already in the game. It's just people don't tend to do it. If you have, you'd have to have a battleship that's spaced around 5 to 6 kilometers away from the next battleship to be able to drop one and then drop the next. But I mean, if you see that line, you can make use of it. How about dive bombers, but with rockets? Rocket bombers? What? Start off with the torps again. I mean, if I can land 2 torps into an unsuspecting DD, it's an extreme amount of damage. If I can land 2 torps into a cruiser, it's a significant amount of damage. If anything, we have, you know, a little more flood chance now that we've got the flags going, so we might actually get some floods. Yeah, so once again, to Magic Missile and Booster, that is literally already in the game. If I look right here, flight prep, resquadron time is 7 seconds on the Langley. So it takes 7 seconds after the torp drop before these are reformed. There are other CVs that have something like 2 to 3 seconds, so you can torp drop, continue on, and torp drop something else. You just can't drop, drop, drop. That's not something you do. It's not like a half-second reform time. It's like 2 to 3 seconds. So that you do need a fair amount of space between your targets. Can we maybe get on this? No, he's getting right the fuck out. He wants no part of this. Leave me alone, Cive. Yeah. And there's the 6-second torp timing, as we noted, or 7 seconds. So we took the drop, and there was nothing else that we could go after. Why would you want to strike a destroyer with ease if you can't wreck it? What? I don't know what y'all are talking about. Right, I think we can rocket the Gisano. Matsuki is in smoke. We need to make sure that we're leading aggressively because these rockets are slow. It's probably going to be alright. Not very good though. Matsuki is still in smoke, so... Can I get... Oh, fuck. Come on. Come on. No. We set a fire. If the fire sticks, it might be a kill. Maybe we can bomb the Koenig. It is burning. Go away. Give me the kill. Damn it. At least we have like an even dispersion as opposed to this bullshit where everybody goes to one side. Which is kind of cool. What we're referring to is squad formation, per se. When you drop once, your planes align horizontally and all strike at once. If they aligned vertical and dropped with a small delay, one after another, it would allow for small corrections to strike moving targets. So you just mean for like... So if you came out with 12 planes, you would start an attack, and all 12 planes would drop, but in like a sequential fashion, as opposed to you strike with, in this case, 2 planes, and then you strike again with 2 planes, and then you strike again with 2 planes. Or in the case of the 12, 4, then 4, then 4, or whatever. Is that what you're talking about? He should go down. Good. Emerald, Konigsberg. I guess we go for the Konigsberg. Yeah, so the only problem with the sequential drop or the unloading all of that ordnance is that that was the large issue with the prior at the RTS-CV. RTS-CVs operated under the assumption that if you're going to take planes to a target, you probably want them all to shoot. So if you're going to have some kind of ripple firing, you're going to have to ripple fire kind of like what the skip bombs look like, where there's a line where they're effective, then there's a breach, then there's a line where there's effective, then there's a breach, then a line where they're effective. So effectively, you couldn't be hitting the same target with all 2 or 3 strikes. The concept of how the CV rework was done, you are limited to a single strike at a time against a single target. It's to forcibly spread out damage interactions so that you don't just have, well, you can't alpha strike shit. So it's designed against alpha striking, which is what old CVs used to do. Which, granted, some people really liked alpha striking. I mean, dev striking is pretty fucking cool. That's why people play Shimikazes on the map border, because they want to dev strike battleships and stuff. But you do have to take into account the game design nature of it. When you allow the alpha strike, it kind of fucks everything up. That's when you start having defensive fire that has to murder every plane in the sky. That's when you have to buff everybody's AA to 3 or 4 times what it is right now. Because if you don't, then shit just gets alpha striked, and it's dead. You cannot alpha strike with the Delano Roosevelt. Tell me which tier 10, tell me to which tier 10s the FDR is able to one-shot. How many other tier 10 ships can the FDR take from 100 to 0 in a single strike? Now, you might go, well, you could kill stuff with torps. That is correct, but torps are a highly telegraphed instance, and you can turn. Yes, the torps can follow you, but you could turn into the torps, you could use islands, you could use a variety of other things. But you can actually dodge the torps. See, like when you hear somebody say in game design terms alpha, like what is the alpha strike? Alpha strike means 100 to 0. It means dead. That's not technically correct. Alpha strike is the like... It's the first interaction you have with something, it does X. So if you have 100 health, if the enemy's alpha is 40 and your alpha is 80, the first shot, bam, they're already down to 20 health, you're down to 60, and then it's whatever the next strikes are. So even if your follow-up strikes are only 5, you're chiseling away at 20 health pool. So 5 damage, 5 damage, 5 damage, dead. I mean, if theirs is in that instance like 10 or something, like you start looking at those different numbers, but when you add other teammates, when your alpha strike is 80 but the next shots you have suck, but somebody else has really consistent damage, then as long as you alpha strike somebody in a situation where they have no ability other than to die, then you're stuck with an unbalanced situation. You're stuck with like, you either have to prevent the alpha strike or you lose. And there's no in between. There's no further interactions. Sure. So if the Haragumo knows that an FDR is ready to torp the smoke, why is the Haragumo firing their guns in smoke so that they can be spotted and alpha striked? Where's the counterplay to that? The counterplay is they just stop firing and they start moving to the way that the torps are coming in. If they're in such a position where they're so far away from teammates that the teammates cannot spot the torp planes for them, then that would mean that they're basically isolated themselves and they're waiting to get wrecked. But there is no law that says I am in a smoke cloud, I must be shooting and revealing my position.
Enemy destroyer blown up.
So that would fall under player error. He doesn't have to move out of his smoke. He can move in his smoke. When you're blind torping smoke, it is a blind drop. You don't know where the enemy is. All right. The FDR can saturate the smoke once at a time. If the FDR drops from a further distance, let me put it a different way. The FDR has a 25-second between time on the torps, right? So can an FDR cross drop a smoke cloud? No, because there's a 25-second interaction between drops. So he's going to drop from one area, and that area could be a lot. But if you know where the planes are, you're the one who has control over your ship. You stop firing, you stop telling the information of I'm right here, torp me in this direction, and then you move, you re-angle. You see the drop come in, the drop happens, you take one torp, two torps, no torps, and then you go on with life. Maybe 20 seconds later, when the FDR is basically reloaded, then you stop firing, you orient, whatever. But also, again, you do not want to be in a situation where your smoke is off in the middle of nowhere, where it's just you versus an FDR, because a single Haragumo is not going to be able to beat back the fire of an FDR. They're just not going to. You still have to play with some kind of AA buddy or some kind of team coordinated position in order to have any realistic chance of not just being hunted to the ends of the earth. We might be able to get a kill on this, especially because the defensive fighter is getting shot down by the Texas. Just depends on what else is shooting. An Omaha. If he survives the next salvo from the Omaha, we might have the kill. Don't shoot. No. Oh well. Teamwork in WoW, surely you jest. Like, Booster, you're not being realistic with your example. So here, we're going to talk about this example. You are in a smoke cloud. Here is your smoke that you have laid. There's your smoke cloud. Your ship, in this instance, we'll say that this is your ship. Doing whatever you're doing. You're firing. You're showing your position. Okay. So what happens if an enemy DD torps your smoke? You die. Why? Because you showed your position, the enemy DD torped your smoke, you ate torps and you die. So if you're against an enemy destroyer, if you have a rough idea where the torps are going to come from, even if the Haragumo is not ridiculously mobile, you move and you orient the Haragumo to where the torps are so that you can run and you can angle against the incoming torps so that they miss and you don't die. But the FDR can drop from any angle, you say. The FDR are planes. They could drop from this angle. They could drop from this angle. They could drop from this angle. That's correct. So planes are spotted 10 kilometers away because nobody takes concealment on the FDR, and Hidden Menace is currently bugged, but it doesn't affect planes anyway. So you see the torps coming. They go 130 up to 160 something knots, so they're not ridiculously fast. So you know there are torps in the area. If your ship is like this, and you see the torp planes are going to be coming in on roughly this line, you stop firing, and then you start to move, and you reorient yourself. So when the torps come in, you take maybe one torp, and then you go back firing, because 25 seconds later, the next attack is going to come in. About 20 seconds after this attack, you stop firing, you see where the torp planes are, and you move to orient as such. Maybe you go back this way, so that as the torps come across. So this is something that the player has control over. Now when the smoke cloud is gone and it's more easy to spot said Haragumo, it's going to be a little tougher, but theoretically the Haragumo is already moving, engaged, and able to dodge at that point. But the concept of just, well, I sat in my smoke screen and I got torped, this is unfair, that's not realistic. That's discounting player agency, which you can't do. You can't just expect the player to suck dick and die, because that's not how it works. That is true. FDRs do not like to hunt DDs. That is true. In that specific instance, the FDR can alpha strike, but is it at all realistic? No, it is not at all realistic. Theoretically, a midway could alpha strike a variety of DDs, especially if they don't have survivability expert, if it lands all 6 bombs on a strike. It could. Is it at all realistic to expect that to happen? No. That would be a significant outlier. Well, even if you do take Hidden Menace, it still does not reduce the detection of your planes anymore. That was removed in the Commander skill rework. So currently it only changes your hull, it does not change anything else. So talking about the 10-kilometer detection on the torp planes is still there. It's like, so to what Serpent said, the old RTS CVs, you came out with, you would lift off and say, I'm going to make up a number here, but you have 25, maybe 30 planes in the sky. Right now, if you came out with a wave of 30 planes and you attack 4 at a time, that's all you do. You attack with 4 at a time. This is the damage you threaten with. In the RTS CV scenario, you could threaten with 30 planes worth of damage at a time, which means that either A, you have to reduce the planes so that they're doing, 1/30th of the expected damage that you're okay with, which would mean they're extremely, extremely low damage. Or you have to start pacing the system out, which is what the CV rework has done, by making it so that you only drop 2 at a time, or 3 at a time, or 4 at a time, or whatever, so that it's a paced out damage. It's multiple interactions over multiple experiences. The best way I can describe this is I used to help run a LARP. That's a live action role play. So basically it's D&D, but you actually swing the swords and shit. And there was we would have monster interactions where you might have a weapon that does 8 damage and the enemy has 80 health, which means theoretically you have to hit them 10 times before the monster goes down. And I thought, why is this? Like, why don't you want a player to have an experience where, it's 1 or 2 hits? Because realistically, you have a person playing the bad guy, person playing the monster, and if they just get hit once or twice and then they have to run off to the woods and come back again as a new monster, it's just them running back and forth a lot, which gives the player the experience, like the belief that their weapon is really powerful, but to the actual human being that's playing the monster, it's kind of a bitch. So what you do instead is you pace out the interactions over many experiences, many strikes, many swings, many blocks, many dodges, so that it feels like it's more of a back and forth. It's a more substantial interaction as opposed to just a wham. Oh, well, I'm dead. And then they go off and they respawn and they become a new monster or something again. Although that did have its place in the game, there were things called critical strikes which allowed for that. It wasn't the basic concept. In this game, almost all of the ships are really expected to take a beating before they go down. You're not expected to just get one shot, but the ability to one shot that a CV used to have was just monstrously strong. Whereas in order to get one shot by a DD, you needed to meet certain conditions. To get one shot by a cruiser, you need to meet certain conditions. Same thing with a battleship. Whereas the CV could invent those conditions, and then you just fucking die. So this has been changed so that you basically do not have Alpha Strike condition anymore. You have effect condition, so you can deal some damage. You could set a fire, like you have a minimized interaction impact so that there's more of a back and forth, that it's not just you really being able to solo down a ship. To be fair, in carriers, it doesn't often happen that there's a ship that I go all the way from 100 health to 0, outside of like a very specific circumstance of everybody's dead on a flank and I'm trying to harry somebody to slow them down and maybe I get the kill on them, but it's still going to take minutes. It does not take like 30 seconds to 1 minute. It takes 2 or 3 or sometimes 4. LARPing, woot! What is the minimum detect on Nipponese something now? Torpedo bombs? I don't know what you mean by Nipponese, but I'm assuming that's IJN. In that case, they start with a basic detection of 7.5, and you can only reduce it once through Concealment Expert, which would drop it down to 6.7. That's the Slot 5 Concealment Expert mod. So this is just a bot. Bot's just gonna go forward. Might be able to do this. No, because the engine's broken. I overled. We got a hit though. This is where it's weird, like you have bot v bot combat. So it's still bullshit? What? I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe you're talking about something else or talking about the FDR or something. He is distracted? Those probably just dank unless he really power slides out. Holy shit, got lucky there. Posted a GIF on my Discord with Midway's old AP bombs that show the Alpha Strike. Oh yeah, bud, I saw that. I think two sets of bombers came in and did approximately 30,000 damage, and then the Torps came in and did the additional 65. So it alpha down a GK from 105 to 0. Yeah, like RTS was just such a different experience, and when people are like, well, defensive fire used to murder all sorts of planes. Yeah, because it had to. If you didn't murder the planes, you died. If you didn't screw the aiming of the planes, you died. There was no middle ground. You died. So it's like, to compare it to what this is just so different. I mean, I've struck this guy twice. He's not dead yet. Just the AP bombs did 99% of the Bismarck. Oh, okay, that's something else that you linked. I saw something previously where it was bomb, and then the Torps came in and just clapped them. But yeah, I had seen the thing that I will never forget was Jingles, Mighty Jingles or whatever. People submitted replays. He had a contest who could do the most damage on a class, You know, how much, who could do the most damage in a battleship and a cruiser and a CV and a this or that or whatever. And he said he got a video from iChase, and he's like, honestly, I don't even need to look at the other replays because I just already know this is going to be the best. And iChase lifted off with his stuff. He found a Bismarck, and he killed it. And then he went back and he reloaded, and then he lifted off, and he found a Bismarck, and he killed it. And then he went back and he reloaded, and he went and he found a Bismarck, and he killed it. I mean, it was like, cool. You can still kill one player on the enemy team if you really want with current carriers, though. Sure. If you really want somebody to die, you can shoot at them until they're dead, or until you die while trying to shoot them. Sure, but the way people phrase this is that the CV is going to come over and it's going to start to attack you, and you're just dead. You're just dead. You're done. You're dead. That's all you can. You're dead. Up, gone. It's just not reality. I had a conversation with Eraser, who's a noted EU CV. He has an extremely high win rate. I think it's something like 80%, and he's pretty prolific on talking on the forums and the NA and stuff, usually telling people how extremely busted carriers are and how incredibly stupid they are for not seeing it. But anyway, we had him on the stream, and we had a discussion with him, which I think is actually linked below if you wanted to hear it. But there was a point in there, because people are so prone to hyperbole, where they just, you know, they'll just tell you...
Enemy cruiser sunk.
They'll tell you stuff whether it sounds like it's real or not, but if it feels like it's real, other people will believe it. And he's really prone to hyperbole. So we talked about, how long does it take a carrier to kill a Des Moines? Oh, it's just like 2 minutes. Really? A full health Des Moines, 2 minutes. Yeah. Okay, so you fly over and you strike him. I think I used Midway Tiny Tims as an example or something. And you strike him. You hit him for about 6,000 damage. He has 50-something thousand health. Okay. You swing around, maybe you get a second strike. You've lost probably 4 to 5 planes. You come back out, you do it again. You've taken about 15 to 20k health off of him, maybe, probably about 15. He's healed, so he's got half of that back already. So you still have a good 35,000 health to chew through, if not maybe 40. Plus, you're low on rocket planes, because you've already lost 10 and you only have 16 on the deck. So you come back out, you strike him once, and that's going to be it. He's down to 30,000 health. All right, you start coming out with torps. Well, torps aren't going to happen, so you're going to come out with bombs. You strike him with bombs, you deal 6,000 damage. You swing around, you strike him a second time for 6,000 damage. Cool, he heals again. And it's like this interaction just to kill a single Des Moines, unless he just sits there and lets you torp him to death, is going to take 5, 6, 7, in some cases 8 or 9 minutes. And you're going to blow a lot of resources while you do it. But to sit there and go like, he's just dead. Maybe, like if it comes down to a situation where he can't see you and you can see him, yeah, you're probably going to kill him as long as you have the planes to do it. But to sit there and just like, we're OP, you have to have some perspective to this. Like, it's got to be grounded in reality. Ay. We might actually die to the Orion here.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Null? That's interesting. Maybe I have to reload the mod. I didn't even look down there. So, I mean, by the end of that little snippet of the discussion, he went, well, yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, it would probably be about like 5 to 8 minutes. Yeah, now, when you factor in teammates, when you factor in the ability that you can go over and strike a Des Moines, or you can throw torps on a Des Moines and make him flush him from cover, and then suddenly your teammates have some really good shots into him, you can cause the Des Moines to die in a relatively low amount of time. Why? Because you can move him, you can manipulate his position, you can threaten even a safe position and start making him take less safe positions. That's stuff you can do. Or maybe your initial shot on him gets a fire, blows a damage con, and then there are people that get follow-up fires, or outstanding circumstances. But to sit there and go like, as a CV, I pick you and I say you're dead, and then you just die. It's so hyperbolic. It's hard to talk about, or it's hard to talk through. And for those that don't know what hyperbolic or hyperbole means, it means like an overly extreme example. A thing that is like overly inflated. Highly recommend showing the GIF you posted, for example. We can do that. We can do that when this game is done. Question: at tier 10, what is the best scouting cap support CV nation? You don't want German though. DD and cruiser counter. You're not a CV player, but if you were to grind a line, you're less interested in greeting and farming like a pig. So when you say support, cap support, if you're thinking in terms of fighter consumables, theoretically you want planes that have a strong base speed, which would be German or Japanese. But if you're also talking about contested caps, you're talking about, you know, like there's a large assortment of ships versus a large assortment of ships. You're probably thinking something like the Midway. You're probably thinking something with the ability to affect the front line to help you contest a cap in the first place, which is going to be DDs. So that's going to be bombers. US bombers can do that. You can have some decent support coming off of the off of the British stuff because they have very high health planes, so they can enter into some dangerous stuff, but at the same time they don't have great regen. So you really do need to be cycling the planes and getting them back. Probably what I'm thinking is you want the Midway, because the Midway it does not excel against cruisers because it has HE damage and the cruisers are going to be able to heal through it, or heal through a lot of it. The torps are not ridiculously accurate, so I mean they're built for battleships. They're not built for nimble ships. I suppose you could also go with the Hakuryu. Hakuryu is strong against cruisers, not so strong against DDs though. Okay, so I'm going to show something that Serpent linked. We'll check this out. So here we have a Bismarck with 72, and he's dead. This is RTS bombing. Gone. Fucked. What does he do? Just dodge, right? The planes were even more maneuverable in RTS. What do you do? It's just silly. And people say they missed this? I mean, misplaying it I can understand, but like, it was more balanced. Nah. When people say like it was more balanced, what they mean is they had stronger tools to defend against planes. Because if you didn't defend against planes, you were dead. Just gone. You died. Like destroyers, for instance, you could be cross-torped from 2 different angles at the exact same time. There's no way you turn. You just die. Oh, gone. You're in a battleship. You get alpha'd for 100 to 0. Gone. You're screwed there too. Like, I mean, like, it was more balanced because you hardly ever saw them, I guess, but so I didn't play the RTS CVs much. I played the tier 4 and I think I got up to the tier 5 and then they removed manual drops, which I didn't really know about until I thought, well, this is interesting. So I did a little research. I learned about manual drops. I did it for like 2 days and then they removed manual drops from like tier 6 and below. And I don't know, just going back to the automated one seemed strange, so I stopped. People feel like shooting down planes was a victory condition, which they do not currently feel is the case. Yeah, the reason... Do you know, Booster, do you know why you have a regen mechanic on the CVs? Do you know why that exists? CV could shut down the other CV while pulling all that off too? Yeah, so learning would be very tough. Understandable. I mean, the automated drop worked, but it was like when all of a sudden you see the possibility of what you could do versus what you had been doing before, it's like, oh, well, I should put the time in to kind of learn this. And then it just got removed. So it's like, well, that sucks. No, that is not the reason, Booster. Do you want to try again? There's two reasons for it. There's two reasons why the current CVs have a regen mechanic. If anybody else wants to take a guess, feel free to try. Okay. I mean, we can open the question to the chat if anybody wants to take a shot. We have 100 people on the channel. Because they used to run out of planes all the time. That is one of the conditions. That is one of the conditions, which is to be an assistance for players so that they can't run out of planes and be completely shut out for the rest of the game. That is one of the conditions, is so that if a player does get shut down, if they run through all the resources, they are not out of the game, even though they may be effectively out of the game. Because it often takes 1 or 2 planes just to get to a target outside of the really basic tier 4 and tier 6 interactions. But so that is one of the conditions. But do you know what the second reason why they did it is? Is that the Karlsruhe? No, it's the Gisano. Might be able to torp the Clemson. No. Clemson turns. Other one doesn't, though. Maybe we can go for this. To place fighters, you have to have strike planes to do it with. No, that is not it. If you don't have the planes, you're not allowed to drop fighters. That's actually that's a play condition. That's if you want to do something, you have to be able to put yourself in the position to do it. So that's technically that's just on the player. That's not the reason why there's a regen mechanic. Sorry, I'm still derping around here, but I will try to see if whatever, we'll just strike the Kaiser and be done with it. Okay, so the reason why somebody might have said this, and I'm sorry if you did, because I think a few people put it out. Nox said, if we compare the number of planes on the old Hakuryu, the RTS without regen, and the new Hakuryu, after 20 minutes, the old Hakuryu had more planes than the new one has with regen. But, alright, so the reason why there's a regen mechanic is because you have to remember, RTS had alpha. RTS had the ability to blitz a ship off the board, and then theoretically come back in and do it a second time, and then do it a third time, and then do it a fourth time, depending on how many planes you still had left. So when they're altering, yes, you have to look in that, you have to remember that and factor it in as a reasoning, or a part of the reason why they're doing what they're doing. So what they do is, if you compare, you might have a CV that before had, we'll say 60 planes. That's what it had. Over the course of a match, it had 60 planes. That actually worked out pretty well. In the new style, you might have something like 40 planes up front and then slowly regenerate the next 20. So you still have 60 planes, but it's spaced out over a period of time. The reason for this is, in the old style, you could blitz down a ship, blitz down a second ship, and you may deplane yourself, but because you were able to kill 1 or 2 ships so quickly, your team surges ahead. So the ship removal becomes the victory condition, even if it's the expense of all of your resources. So the rework condition, you gate the amount of planes. You only have these resources to work with. This is all you get. You don't have 40 rocket planes to hit a cruiser, 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 kill it. You have 15. So you can hit a cruiser, hit a cruiser, hit a cruiser, regen a little bit. Come back out, hit a cruiser again. You don't just get to farm down those interactions right off the beginning of the match. You're gated. You're held back with a certain amount of resources. Now, some people can argue, well, they still have too many resources as it is. If instead of having 15 planes, they had 10, it would feel more whatever. You can argue that. That's a perfectly fine argument to have, and that can go into the balance discussion. But the entire reason for the regen is so that you literally don't start the match with all your box of tricks, so that you could just rip shit apart for the first 5 to 7 minutes of it and throw all your shit away to get a kill or two, which is what people do on the Kaga. The Kaga starts with 3 full squadrons of planes, so that it can just blitz down an enemy, slam torps, slam torps, slam torps, kill a battleship, slam torps, etc. And while it may not have the raw damage to be able to just murder battleships outright, the fact that it can just stay on them over and over and over again for the first 5 to 8 minutes of a match makes it extremely oppressive. The good news is the Kaga, I mean, as long as you're not under like specific cannon threat, you can still maneuver, you can try to juke or at least lessen some of the interactions, but the fact that it exists can still be obnoxiously overwhelming. So they spread, basically they gated all the CVs for that express purpose.
Our team has taken the lead.
And then the second reason is, if you space them out by having a regen mechanic, if somebody fucks up and they throw all their shit away, especially for newer players as they're learning, they're not just stuck spotting with their hull for the next 20 minutes. Or 10 minutes, theoretically, because this is going to take you a few minutes to lose all your shit.
Destination reached. Autopilot mode disabled.
He probably goes down. Or does he? I don't know. Need to lead more generously. Maybe like that. Well, I tried. But it's just funny, I guess, just to tie the conversation off, or at least my expressing what I feel for the conversation. But it's funny to me that you'll hear, you know, this is broken, people regen unlimited planes, yada yada. But the regen mechanic was designed in a way that cripples the carrier's early game. It moderates it. So like the thing people complain about, how it's just unwinnable, the unlimited planes and shit, is actually a balancing mechanic to try to make sure that carriers can't blitz shit down, which I think is funny.
Autopilot mode enabled.
It's terrible. We can't stop them. You realize this is holding them back, right? It's terrible. Okay. Alright, Clemson's still in there. Other Clemson's still in there. I mean, I guess I could try to bomb. We did actually hit bombs before. Got fires. Does that stick? Did we in-cap before? We might have. No, wait, still burning. So you agree with me when I say that shooting down planes was a victory condition against a carrier, which it currently isn't. Actually, I do disagree with that. So when I give a response to that, it has to be conditional on tiers. So tier 4 is a learning tier. You can see we can fly around getting shot by AA for a while, And we're not losing planes stupidly fast. We're not losing planes like a plane every 4 seconds, a plane every 10 seconds. We're losing a plane every 15, maybe 20 seconds, depending on how, like, aggressively balled up the enemy is. That's because tier 4 is a learning tier. It's learning how to shoot. That's why our damage is terrible. Tier 6 is the next step forward. It's still a learning tier. So, but you've included additional mechanics. You've included flak to like a reasonable degree. There's some flak. There's not a lot, but there's some. The continuous damage goes up. You see a lot more fighters, ship-based fighters. CVs have fighters. Like, you've introduced more mechanics to the game, so tier 6 exists. It's still kind of slow, but it's still digestible for the player to kind of figure shit out and move on to the next thing. And tier 8 is where stuff actually gets kicked up to a reasonable level, where planes die at the expected rate. You might get up-tiered, in which case they die at a faster than expected rate. Flak has a walling effect as opposed to like a little puff here, a little puff there sort of thing. But how is the shooting down planes, how is that a victory condition? Because when you start getting to tier 8 and tier 10, every single strike you make, you will lose planes to do it. You lose 1 plane, 2 planes, some case 3 or 4, depending on what the enemy is and how clustered they are. So if you have 1 plane, you are not a threat, because that plane gets shot down before it does anything. You can spot, you can do that. You can place a fighter, you can do that, but you're not a threat. You're not actually enforcing your will upon the world with 1 plane. You're doing fuck all. 2 planes, better than 1. If you find a target that kills 1 plane, you get to strike with a single plane. Usually you strike with 3, so 1 plane's damage is probably fairly anemic. Okay, 3 planes, you lose 1, you can strike with 2 now. Like, you have to get to 4 before you even have a strike, and then after your strike you have to wait for that 4th plane to come back if you want to strike a target that kills 1 plane per attack. If people group up, if you have an AA buddy, it's more realistic that you'll kill 2 or even 3 planes per strike, which means you need to come out with a wave of 6 in order to deliver 3 planes worth of damage. So when you take a carrier down to 0, it's not that it just regens a new plane in 50 seconds and goes out and murders everybody. It's that it takes 6 to 7 minutes before that fighter type or that plane type becomes combat effective again, which is a hell of a long regen cycle. Ugh. I might be able to torp this. Ram him? What the fuck are you talking about, ram him? It's 18 knots. Okay. How much further? A lot. Yeah, so here, real quick, I'm gonna show this, which I have shown before, but I'll show it again. So some people ask, how does AA work? This is the example that I give to them. So you have a single ship. So for those that have seen this, my apologies. You have a single ship. Now this is gonna be a tier 8 or a tier 10. So here's your single ship. You're going to come in with 9 planes. That's what you come in with. This single ship is going to kill 1.5 planes per attack. That means coming from its AA into its attack. So as you're coming in with your 9 planes, you lose 1.5. You're down to 7.5 planes. You now shoot with 3 planes and they leave. So you're down to 4.5 at this point. As you're coming around, you circle around and you come back in for this strike. You've lost 1.5. You're now down to 3 planes. You shoot with 3 and they leave. So what happens when you add a second ship? Because in this instance, you lost 3 planes and you struck with 6 planes. What happens when you add a second ship? When you add a second ship of a similar type and they overlap their AA, now you come in with your 9 planes, but you're losing 3 per attack. So as you come in, you lose 3, you're down to 6. You come in, you strike, 3 of them attack, they leave. The remaining 3 come over and all get murdered before they can come back in and attack. So in this case, it would be more prudent to pre-drop, which means to attack once, reduce your attack to 6, so that you come in and you just get a single attack, that's all you do. You still lose 3 planes, so you've lost the same amount of planes, but you did half as much damage. And theoretically, as these 3 planes left, one of them might have gotten killed as well, so potentially you might have lost 4 planes. There's a cost for doing business. When you have 6 planes or whatever, these are the ones that shoot. All of these are armor to get these planes to the target. And depending on how grouped up or what style of ships, are they using defensive fire? What's their range? Did you hit flak? All sorts of information like this depends on how much armor you need to get to the target. So just the fact that you might have 1 or 2 planes, it by itself doesn't mean anything, because not only do you need the planes that are going to do something, you also need the armor. Repetition is the mother of learning. That is truth. That's incorrect, Booster. Like, it's... Alright, so here's what Booster said, and then I'll respond to it. Normally when I respond to this, I end up doing this over voice. But I agree that deplaning can happen to an impactful degree against a carrier that's bottom tier. And for that matter, a Saipan. Saipan has a specifically reduced amount of planes. But if you're not down tier, you have to be a bit more moronic to influence the battle as a carrier, in my view, which I'm pretty sure what that means is you have to play poorly to be in a situation where you can't influence the battle. So what happens when you've got this and you have an enemy that they commit 3 ships, they commit 3 ships, you have a CV which is by itself, and then you have 2 ships working together as a unit that have maybe one has a specifically strong amount of AA. 3 ships is a hard target, 3 ships is a hard target, and 2 with a specifically good AA suite means they're a hard target. What do you influence without losing resources? What do you influence to be able to do something on the map that's constructive toward moving your team forward? If your team is more spread out, and the enemy CV is off doing enemy CV shit, affecting this guy, affecting this guy, affecting this guy, you're striking into hard target after hardened target after hardened target. You're losing resources faster than the enemy CV is. You have 2 options. You could wait. You could wait until one of the enemies is dead, because your team killed him, and then you could strike into a weakened target so you could save your resources, but the enemy CV is pushing forward in terms of influence while you're sitting static. Sometimes you're put in a situation where you have to throw planes. You have to lose planes because something is so effing important. You have to go after it. There's not another option. And it's in those situations where you do get deplaned, you do lose your ability to influence, and your teammates must pick up the slack because you cannot provide it anymore. Okay. Sorry, I'm going to re-ready up there. Hey, it's numbers. Did I have a Franklin D. Roosevelt? Can I play one game? Because tomorrow you buy the ship and you want to know how to use the planes. So Scorpion, if you look below the stream, there's a section there. They'll say carriers and it'll have some links. Back when the FDR was first released, I did a variety of games in it. So if you want to see some FDR play, you could check that out. You can also YouTube Roosevelt, I think. But in general, I don't play it very often because I tend to play a more support style CV. I tend to support the position and the pieces on the ground to try to help our team overtake. And the FDR mostly just beats the shit out of battleships. It's kind of what it does. That's its gimmick. It can affect other things, but for the most part, it runs around beating on the slow fat kid, which is the battleships. which means that the influence plays, the support plays that I like to do in other CVs, I tend to have a very hard time doing because it's a gigantic sledgehammer. It's not a scalpel. In which case I need to play with divs. So I don't play it very often, but if you want to see some of the matches and kind of hear some of my thought processes on playing them, you could check out those links for like a playlist. Okay. Well, yeah. I try to throw in some humor with my statements from time to time. Kind of half of the way through the Langley. I have to say this is probably the most lively discussion I've had in a regrind stream. Not gonna lie. Usually I just kind of play. How close am I to Ranger? I think I'm more than halfway. Wasn't it 23k? Yeah, I think I'm around 23 and I need 40,000 to get to the next tier. What's my day job? I fix fitness equipment. It's not a lot of people that do that. It's kind of weird how niche it is, but at the same time, it's very rare for you to encounter the same fitness equipment. Because there's so many varieties and variants. They mostly follow the same engineering trend, like they all kind of do the same shit. So they're usually built in a similar way, but there is a little bit of reverse engineering you have to go through while you're trying to figure out what's wrong and how to fix it. What make of drums are those? Probably Pearl. If I had a guess, I think it's Pearl. My set is Pearl, and I gave it to my brother when I was living in an apartment. And I don't know, those are my dad's drums. Because after I played, he wanted to play too. But since this is my room, he doesn't play very much because this is my room now, so which kind of sucks. But eventually when I finish school and, I don't know, make more money, I'll live alone, I guess. Although that sounds really boring. I have lived alone before, and short of like not having to get dressed when you get out of the shower, there's not very much novelty to it. Mostly it's just kind of dull. Peeing with the bathroom door open. Yeah, that's a thing. Lots of bots in this one. CV player all alone, eating Cheetos. How can you kill that which has no life? You do that and you have kids?
Action stations.
Good game, everyone. Good luck, everyone.
Just trying to run this up to full speed and then let it coast down. I need to be cognizant of this so I don't just like absent-mindedly blow through all the boost I have. You're hiding in your room, kids are around being loud and destroying the place like usual. Yeah, my ex had a kid. So I don't have any children, but my ex had a little boy. And it's like, She loved that she had a little boy. She loves the little boy, but she misses not having to live every day worrying about and being focused on, you know, how he's doing, what he's doing, and all that stuff. And yet she still wants more kids. So, okay. I don't know. I liked the kid. The only thing I didn't like about the only thing I didn't like about her son was that he would hit her. And she wouldn't reprimand him for it. She wouldn't stop him. She just like, well, you know, boys will be boys or kids will be kids. And it's like, I don't give a shit if he's your kid or not. I don't want a man to hit you, even if it's a little man. I'm not okay with this. And I couldn't make her understand that.
Autopilot mode enabled.
What app am I using for the on-screen keyboard? It's called No Board. NOH board version 1.3. Yeah, she should have put a stop to it, but she didn't, which was the problem. So I wanted to put a stop to it, but then I was overly harsh and aggressive to the little boy. And it's like, I picked him up, I put him on a bed, and I scolded him. And then I made him sit on the bed for a while until I came back and made him say that he was sorry. I don't know, man. It doesn't seem that harsh to me, but okay.
Well done, Commander.
Your theory is boys want to play rough. You find when you play rough, and he does that less with mom. Specifically with her,
Our victory is in sight.
I think he would express, like, he would slap her across the face or hit her or something when he wouldn't get his way. And she was not able to withstand the tantrum that would follow. So she would break, and whatever he wanted, he would end up getting. He just had to be an asshole about it for X amount of time. Sometimes, you know, her resolve would last longer, but his resolve would always be longer than hers, which meant he would always win the battle of wills. And, you know, would get whatever the hell he wanted in the end. Which was ultimately the issue.
Provide anti-aircraft fire support. Concentrate fire on the enemy warship.
Yeah, I mean, next time I might not let him watch TV. Like, oh. To be fair, though, the little boy was like 2. So 2.5. So, I mean, still young. And also, she's natively Romanian. So it's a bilingual household because she speaks in both languages. She speaks English as well as Romanian. Although she knows many languages, actually. Which evidently children have a slower development of language in when there's a bilingual or bilingual variant. So whereas the average child might start talking, maybe not having the best sentence structure and grammar, but they'll be talking by like age 2. Somebody who's more bilingual is going to start talking more at like 2.5, 2 3/4. Just because I guess there's more raw information to process and equate. So his use of words was limited, and that was her biggest thing, is like, if she's scolding him, how does she know that he understands what she's telling him off about? And that's where she would feel specifically like, you know, how can I assume that he understands what I'm saying? And it's because he's not an idiot? Well, he can't tell me. Yeah, but you can see by his actions and how he acts. When you tell him something's wrong, he realizes that he screwed up. Then he just gets mad until you let him do what's wrong. Like, it really sucks when you have a 3-year-old son and a 1-year-old daughter. Well, yeah, I do imagine that the younger children can feed off of each other. She only had the one kid though, so it was just a singular thing. The guy wrestling pile drives her. That is funny, because, like, people get scared having dogs around kids or cats around kids, but animals are intuitively able to understand that, like, babies are, you know, they have to be softer around children. You don't have to explain it to an animal. They can just recognize this little person is weaker. And yet you'll have kids that, you know, 3-year-old boy versus 1-year-old little girl might not make that connection. Ah, she's a person. She's good. Wow. European cultures are less inclined to discipline their children before the ages of 10 or so. Yeah, that was a thing that she was worried about, because she lives in the UK, and
Destination reached.
I guess she had heard, you know, there's limits on what discipline you can do, but still her answer was nothing, and that was a problem. Something is better than nothing, but she just chose the nothing option, and that was not okay.
Good show.
Enemy cruiser sunk.
Oh my god. Slowly, slowly. 3,000 at a time. You got a thing. Did you get up to tier 5? Yeah, there was one thing that was particularly sad with the little man. So I went over to visit her by the time the child was basically 2. And, you know, her former fiance, you know, she had gotten pregnant. He wanted an abortion. And she was like, fuck you. So she carried the child to term, and he was not ready for responsibility. So he got just really upset. And ended up taking it out on her. He became a real asshole. They broke it off. You know, she kicked him out basically in the first 5 months, because it's like, fuck you, I'm not dealing with this. Which is saying something, because she can tolerate a lot. So, I mean, he was really being a prick to push her buttons to the point where even she was like, I am not dealing with this, go fuck yourself. Which basically means that for the first 2 years, she had not slept through the night, because this kid would wake up 2 or 3 times a night, needing attention or this or something or whatever. And I spent time, because I mean, I'm in the US, she's in the UK, there's like a 5-hour difference. So at 2 in the morning for her is like 10 p.m. for me or something. And I tried to volunteer, you know, to be like a support buddy, to try to help her teach him how to sleep alone. Basically, for children, when they go to sleep, they'll have a set number of conditions. This person is in the room. The light level is this. I have this toy with me. I'm in this position. It's this temperature. You know, whatever. Like, the body has a certain condition set, basically. And it goes, okay, all these conditions, check, 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 check. I can go to sleep. Zoom. Goes out. But when you wake up, you know, as people tend to wake up multiple times a night, wake up, you know, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours later, you go down the checklist. Oh, person's not in the room. Fail. And then, you know, baby will start to cry. I need this condition filled for me to go back to sleep, basically. But it might take an hour of being in the room, or 2 hours, or whatever. It could be obnoxious. So part of, like, training a child... Well, sucks he's not shooting at the cruiser. But to train a child to be able to go to sleep without the additional input, you have to force them to realize that they don't need the additional input. So you explain to the child, this is what we're doing, this is how we're doing it. Oh, it's actually cool that this fighter latched, because if it shoots that down, I mean, it has almost no health. So it gets very little out of that fighter, which is kind of cool. So I volunteered, you know, to be your buddy, and she could call me and we could wait out the wailing kiddo. Because, I mean, child's not going to like dealing with this shit. And we did this for like 3 days, and it got better and better and better. She withdrew from the bedroom, she isolated, you know, and he understood it, and each time he'd go back to sleep faster and faster. And by like day 2, day 3, she felt like, I am amazing, I have accomplished this. And she started to let him fall asleep with her in the room, or she'd stroke his hair or something to help him go to sleep, and he'd conk out like a light. But she just reintroduced the behavior that we spent time getting rid of, and the child learned, you know, this was supposed to be the new normal, but if I just wait out 2 or 3 days, then she'll just come back. And it's like, no! And oh my god, it was like amped up to another level when we tried restarting it. Oh, it was pain. Might be dead to torps. Yeah, dead to torps, cool. It is funny though, because, you know, I was able to put the kid to bed, and he would look at me, and like, he'd want me to hold his hand or whatever, and I'd look at him and go, bedtime. And then I'd start in my head, 99 bottles of beer on the wall, 99 bottles of beer. And inevitably, he'd have like, little kids have this frequency or something that they can cry where it's like, I need help. And it scrambles your brain. Just and I would lose track of where I was. 99 bottles of beer on the wall. And I just went through this, sat on the bed, staring at the wall. Didn't look at him, just sat in the room, staring at the wall. And eventually he'd realize, well, fuck. I can't get out of bed, because the dude's sitting right there. He's not gonna do anything. Shit. And then he would just go to sleep. So, you know, I'd go in there, do the thing, leave in about 8 minutes, and then she'd go in there, and the next time we woke up and be stuck in there for an hour and a half until she'd get pissed off, come out and get me, and then 6 minutes later, fuck, he'd go to sleep. Like... I mean, yes, there is also that. I'm not his dad, so it's easier for me to be more dispassionate about it. But then again, I also have Asperger's, so like, I'm natively dispassionate. So there's still that. Some of the times I pissed her off the most. I like watching, what is it? Cesar Millan is the dog whisperer. Just basically talks about animal psychology, dog psychology. And by and large, you know, yes, animals are different. Humans are different than dogs. But animals are animals. They tend to do animalistic things. And there are psychological trends that can be, you know, observed. I would tell her about like this trend or that trend, and she'd be like, my child is not a dog. I know that, but what he's doing is a pretty basic thing. My child is not a dog. I mean, sometimes it's the little things in life. You gotta laugh.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Looks like you need to get your buddy some Langleys to shoot at. What?
All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target.
Yeah, my apologies. I'm enjoying the conversation, I guess. I don't really know what happened, how he got taken out. Hopefully you took a lot of people with you or something, or you did some damages before you went down. He said in chat he doesn't like his ship. Oh, we'll play a different ship. Could work on the Wyoming maybe. Wakeful might clock the Kaiser. Try to work on this. Here's the Wakeful. Bam, nails the Kaiser. Oh, it was okay, it was a bot. So not much you can do to change that. Hopefully the Miyogi makes something happen. No, he goes dark. Yeah, the Italian line, the guns are considered pretty terrible until they get up to 203s, and then even still, the shot velocity is awkward until like tier 8. Tier 8 is when people start to kind of feel out the Italian cruisers and enjoy what they deal with. Drop too close, they both dinked. $600, I don't think I get to do it again. Could set fires though. Should be able to bomb him twice. Wakeful murders both of the battleships. DD's OP. Let's just keep working on this. We'll get him off the flank. Oh, it's a bot. Well, I didn't even realize that. Shenyang probably takes the Clemson. Nope. Some bitch. I'll have to work on that next. At least his smoke is down. I mean, to be fair, are there any ships at tier 4 people are like, man, this is thrilling. I should definitely play the hell out of this.
The enemy team has taken the lead.
Oh, he also murdered a battleship? Ah, I'm derelict to duty, damn it. Damn it. Throwing everything away. Pretty sure we lose here. Not killing the Wakeful, not killing the Clemson. I think we lost a battleship over here too. We do have a full health Clemson for what that's worth. This is not going to be a great shot, but... Yes, please turn. By all means, show side. I agree with this. I am okay with that happening. So, Byoki maybe? Still have a full health Clemson. They have double Rhine. So outside of Torping, probably a kill. Good. Bombs. Try to light fires. Keep fires rolling. Sorry, let me see if I can actually, like, pull this back from the brink somehow.
Destination reached. Autopilot mode disabled.
Please come north. Please stop running away to the edge of the map. Corpse for the Wyoming. We'll do what we can. Might have to bunker up here. Give me fires, please. That's not fires. Although he is double fired, which is good. Kaiser. Full health. Or high health. Could work on one of the CVs, maybe? Please? Nah. Keep burning, dude. I am hopeful that these bombs will rain on your parade, Rain of Hope. Okay. If we get a single bomb hit, this is a kill. Should be dead. Good.
Enemy battleship destroyed.
Might have to dive behind this. That might be too close. Where can I go? I think I go here.
Autopilot mode enabled.
I think I do that. See, realistically, I needed to be moving a long time ago. Although this dude might just somehow live, which would be fucking cruel. Cool.
Teammate, I need your support.
Do that. Yeah, he doesn't care. Thankfully, the Rhine's planes are actually kind of fast, so he's not completely in no man's land. That's what I could do, actually. Fuck. Never mind, I can't. I only have a few planes. I think I go for the Rhine now. Try to burn off his defensive planes. So he's got a defensive plane there. It's going to swing. Come in and take this. Ooh, we still have a Clemson. Forgot about the Clemson. I don't know if we got his fighter there or not. How are you not dead? Oh, because Rhine Torps are terrible. Maybe they can't Citadel him? Can't remember if you can or cannot Citadel a, can or cannot Citadel a Wyoming. Shenyang is filthy as fuck. Sconce, as is the Orion. Why is the Shenyang amazing?
Destination reached. Autopilot mode disabled.
It's not a fire. I can't really bomb the Rhine because the fighters are gonna stop me from being able to bomb it. And Rhine is trying to deal with the Clemson, which German CVs suck at dealing with destroyers, so probably gets through. One shatter, but we double shatter, but we get a double fire. Does he put that out? Still burning. Clemson kills the Rhine. We can take the Kaiser off the table and then deal with this. Then we should win. Yeah, Clemson clocks the Rhine. He's going to come over and start working on the Kaiser. I think we're too close for Rhine Torps here, and really also for rockets, because the island fuckery gets in the way, so he can only really attack us from one angle, rather than being able to double strike. Granted, we still have the fighters, but I mean, at least it's some inconvenience to have to come over that way. Hopefully he damage conned. Means hopefully we get permafires. We got a fire. We have enough health to actually be able to drop again. Maybe? Put the reticle in front of the ship so that we can get the drop down. It's not a fire. We can rocket this. Do I pre-drop though? Oh, what's the reform? 5 seconds? Could probably do that. Maybe. Come back out with the 3 again. Plunked him for 5k. Potentially do that again. Just pop the engine boost, not dick with this. Yeah, Ryan doesn't get the shot because the Ryan is still trying to catch the angles. Hopefully that's a kill. We can work on the Kaiser.
Sunk an enemy aircraft carrier.
think the Kaiser got a flood, so the he burned his damage con. Well, we had a double fire on him. I mean, it's fairly commonplace to hear people in World of Warships say, you know, don't repair until you have 2 fires. Why would you reverse? Why not just go forward? Whatever. Yeah, in general, tier 4 ships gonna suck. It's just kind of a truth. They're low tier, they're low tech. You know, engineers did the best they could at the time. That looks like that's a kill.
We've destroyed an enemy battleship.
Hey. 8K. There are people that can wipe half a team with their club sense. Hey. Double CVs all the time. They did actually reduce the amount of experience needed to get from tier 4 to tier 6 to try to remove how many tier 4 CVs were stuck in the queue. War destroyers, bots, some bots. I might be able to torp the DD bots.
Battle starts.
As long as I line the torps well. 35 knot torps. I will try to do the thing. Good luck, sir. We have 3 bots. They have 2? 3. We just have 2 cruisers. They have 2 DDs. Happy Super Bowl day, everybody that will be watching the Super Bowl stuff. Thought about joining in? Yeah, you can, Serp, if you want. It's all good, bro. We'll get through this together. The Ranger's gonna be a more impactful CV. It's still held back. All tier 6 CVs are held back, but it's gonna have more interaction, or rather more damage potential, I guess. Go for the Dursky, the Derpsky. Am I gonna be able to see it? That I don't know. Yeah, okay, we could see it. Have to lead stupid long. Because there is a drop period and then it's measured from there to the target. We're basically trying to complete a right angle triangle. I think he goes down. Cool. I don't have to torp him now. I mean, not that I'm against getting kills, rawr, but I would prefer to get full value out of the drops. Kaladin? Okay, again, it's a bot ship. We could definitely get this. We're trying to line for a drop where it's a 90-degree angle, but we're factoring in the drop time from the planes to the water. And time, and we'll see if that links up into a triangle. Looks like it's pretty good. Turning and slowing down so we don't lead nearly as much. That might be a kill. That's a kill. Good. Isakaze's pushing. Cruiser's there as well.
Autopilot mode
Thanks for the stream. Chat later. See you, Chewy Woo. Right. Looks like the Isakaze's in smoke. Yeah, we can see if he's outside of the smoke, though. There's a Tenri we might be able to play with. I keep reaching for the fighter button to drop a fighter here, but there's no fighter. The jail suit. Reticles is a little too big for cruisers, but oh, we got citadels on that shit? Okay. Well, we can pay you a visit again, good sir. Unless he's dead, which it looks like he might be dead. Dead. Good.
Enemy cruiser foundered.
Isakaze, what, Japanese? Minute and a half smoke? Smoke is fading. We'll respot the DD. Yeah, you got this.
I need your support.
He's coming out in about 5 to 10 seconds. There she blows.
Concentrate fire on
The white whale.
target. Attention. Reporting the target position. Affirmative.
Yeah, I don't have a drop line on that. Coming in, coming in. Long reload. Interesting. I don't think he beaches here. I think he swerves to avoid. Cool. Got something. He probably comes by and cleans this up. DD St. Louis. We have a lot of assets down here.
All stations.
Yeah, plus that's almost dead. I need to help working. I need to do work up here.
Autopilot mode enabled.
That's a problem, though. We just lost a whole bunch of shit. Still, Isakaze smokes down, so... Its number is going to take that out. Boss is probably going to get the torp kill. Did some damage. That's 6k on this? Are you serious, man? Well, at least they're generous with the rockets at tier 4. Tier 6 rockets, not nearly this good. Assuming they all hit anyway. There's really not a lot of getting back at this point, because this thing is extremely slow. But San Luis and the Toronto should be able to handle the Varyag. Okay. I can try to work on this.
Repel air attack.
Alright, so we're going to start with the reticle early, because we want to firm the reticle prior to placing it on the ship. Single hit.
Destination reached.
We can get the San Luis off the field. I'm pretty sure Hayet's numbers will be able to brawl the Klaus, but don't be afraid to go dark until, you know, we can get into a better position on this. Maybe you torp from long range. It's just taking long range health trades, not working out. French DDs probably have a saturation mechanic, but I don't know how low in the tier that goes. So we'll keep working on the San Luis. See if something can happen with this. Can we drag him to the torps? No, torps don't. Not enough. We can rocket this again. We were able to rocket even against a saturated target for a pretty fair amount of oof. Although that's kind of gone now, so only 2,300 off the rockets now. Alright, so Killer Cole's gonna start farming us down. Got a fire. Does it stick? No. Relit again. He is dead. We do not win this. These guys are harried and murdered. The Varyag got out. I have to kill both of these. Yeah. Might be able to rocket this. Well, Hermes might actually do it. Should be a significant help. It's gonna limit the gun DPS off of me. Holy shit, it did something. Can these hard turn in? They can. God, I missed that on the US line. I don't know when they decided to get rid of it, but I'm so sad that they did. Speaking of, I have to start turning in case of torps here. Please give me the reticle. Thank God. Don't know if the torps are coming though. Holy fuck, they're kind of alive. How fucked are we? Looks pretty fucked to me. We lived.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Torpedo beats indeed. Alright, so we've got 2 cruisers, hopefully shooting the Hosho. A really good chance that Mr. DD didn't scream, "No, he should be dead, but he's not!" So, without knowing that I'm almost fucked, it's unlikely planes are going to come across the map and murder me. But, I am going to have to just long fly it. They need to harass the Hermes before they harass me, so as long as Captain Hermes over here is going to take the lion's share of the ass kicking, we should be okay. Do I plan on getting the Immelmann when it comes out? Of course. The only CVs that I have not purchased, or, you know, I don't care about purchasing, are like the Kaga Black, the Graf Zeppelin Black, the Sanzang, because I already have them. It's just a different paint scheme. So I don't care about that. Ooh, he burns out. Does he? He does, yeah. 5 ticks. Alright. So now it's the Rhine who could easily murder us. Let's just do this. That's all we can really do. And here we have a tier 4 battle in its natural element. The slugging match between 4 carriers at the end. You do the best you can, hey, it's numbers, it's alright. Pretty sure your detection at this tier is terrible-tastic. Why does he not have a defensive fighter? Is he out of them? There it is. It's just taking its time. I don't think we get this drop. But we can... Nah, didn't matter. Rocket planes? Fuck, I don't know. In its natural habitat, 4 CVs slowly trying to beat the shit out of each other after everything else is dead. Although technically that's not true, there is a St. Louis. Yeah, tier 4 matchmaker kind of struggles with all the people that are testing out CVs. It is quite a lot. The good news is, though, I think the Rhine is probably the favorite to, you know, it's replaced the Hosho as far as tier 4 griefy kind of stuff. But at the same time, the Hosho rebalancing, you notice it, which is good. Osho was in a bad place for a long fucking time. Langley rebalancing. I'm really feeling it too. I think this is where it should be. It's where it needs to be. Not doing fuckloads of damage. Still capable of doing things, especially after a long, prolonged game. But it is not what it was. Because like before, you'd be dropping 10,000, 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. I mean, with your torp drops, which was just really functionally brutal. Up the engine boost. Be nice if his damage con is down, but I have no idea if that's the case. We got a fire. Does it stick? No. So 52 or 520 before the damage con is down, or whatever. Could do torps. At this point, I don't need to hide anymore, but. If you had a St. Louis, a tier 9 cruiser, it'd be more comfortable. Kaga and Graf Zeppelin black planes are so sexy. Well, they're black. Serpent, if you can send me a message or something, I'll get you into the div. ¿Qué pasó, hombre? Yeah, but they got a cool sheen on them. Yeah. Sheen. I guess I just need to hard light the Rhine so the St. Louis can kill him. This is kind of amazing to me that the St. Louis is still alive. Like, maybe the Rhine is just out of rocket planes or something. So you're in Atlanta. Yes, I am a Georgia man. My parents are not natively from Georgia, though, but I am a Georgian dude. Mom followed a job, and I happened after it. Used to live in Florida. Regarding the humidity of Florida, a friend of mine said he drove from Georgia down to Florida, and he stepped out of his car into somebody's mouth. And he stayed in their mouth until he got into his car and he drove back home. I can say, though, that after living in Florida for like 3 to 5 years, yeah, 2 years for school and then 3 years for work, I do miss the humidity. And I certainly miss the winters that are not cold. It should be a kill shot. Boom. He dead.
Enemy aircraft carrier destroyed.
Boom, bitch. Get off the map. Get off the map, bitch. Get off the map. What a paltry amount of money. Okay. This is a message. Yes, sir, it is. How far do we have to go still? 2,000. Round last. Hey, we got a commander point. GG. One more match. And then we're done. Did I start with a 10-point commander? No, just a 9. So 9 points, I have a little emote, which unfortunately is kind of outdated with the new commander rework, but it's MFHS. Motherfucking high school! Which is more, faster, healthier, stealthier. And more, faster, healthier is the reduced regen time, increased engine speed, and then survivability expert as well as airplane armor. It's just 9 points. So tier 4, I just play with the 9-point captain. Although I was reflecting on, since the tier 4 CVs got nerfed, I mean, frankly, they got balanced back to where they were supposed to be in the first place. It kind of feels like I would like additional commander talents, because it feels like, ugh, this is just not enough. Would I recommend the anti-CV build for a newbie playing CVs? What do you mean by an anti-CV build? As in, like, fighters? No. So when you're learning how to play CVs, the first thing you're going to learn is how to shoot. You know, that's the first thing you're going to learn. And that's going to be tier 4, is learning how to shoot. Tier 6 is going to be learning additional mechanics like flak and fighters and stuff like that. And it just hard turns out. So you're still learning, there's still more to do. But the tier 6 fighters, you only drop 3 at a time. And tier 6 not only has... Oh, that's a terrible drop, I'm sorry. Not only has fairly generous regen rates, like you get planes back, because you will lose planes, especially for a newer player that is encountering increased flak or increased AA and stuff. Whatever, just do that. See if we freak him out a little. Didn't matter though. Go for the V. So losing 3 planes to a fighter, I mean, like, if you come out in waves of 8 and you lose 3, you still have 5. You might still be able to attack something twice, depending on if the AA is terrible or not. When you start getting into tier 8s and tier 10s, the fighters are going to be much more impactful. Tier 8s, you have slower regen. You have more plane loss endemic to the system. So, like, you need to show up with 5 planes so that 1 or 2 are going to die, so you can shoot with 3 of them. Whereas at tier 6, you know, you can come in with your 8 planes, you might lose half a plane and be able to shoot something. And then you lose half a plane and then you can shoot something. So it's like, you're not required to have the additional planes just to breach and get through to a target. Tier 8 changes that, especially if you get up tiered. Tier 10 has a 7 fighter drop. So it's like when you start getting up to the tier 10s is when you start thinking about, you know, what can my fighters do and what do I need to be like thinking about to make them do what I need them to do. As for a new player, should a new player dive deep into the fighter skill tree? No, not necessarily, because you're still learning the game. You're still figuring shit out. You know, how are you going to know how to use your fighter if you don't even know how to prioritize targets yet because you're still new to CVs? I mean, the answer is you don't. Whatever, we got a shot off. So I would worry more about learning before you feel like you've now gotten yourself under control before you start worrying about countering the other player. Because it's going to be a learning process. Like, if you're playing tennis, the first thing you're trying to do is hit the fucking ball. That's step A. The next thing is going to be trying to hit the ball and put it maybe in an area. The next thing is going to be like hitting the ball and trying to set yourself up for like the next shot. So you put it there, they're going to hit it back a certain way and you can hit it and like you can have advanced tactics. But to try to play your game while also trying to outplay the other person's thought process at the same time starts getting fairly deep. And I mean, by nature, if you're asking me, can a beginner do this? No. So, you know, just start at the start, play, do the best you can, figure shit out, keep playing, keep on doing it. Nobody wins the US Tennis Open within the first month of playing. Even if they're a child prodigy, they just don't. We drop the Hosho here. Fighters latched. Let's try to get the planes off before they die. Could move up, I guess.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Maybe it's a more faster, healthier fightier. Yeah, I was trying to think of like what would the S be, and technically there's a 2-point talent in the fighter tree which gives you an additional charge of patrol fighters on each of your planes. Instead of having 9 total, you'd have 12. So more faster, healthier, scoutier. You use your patrol planes to scout? I don't know. I think somebody had a good idea that I just need to contact KSN because he's the artist and just have him strike like a line through the S because currently the S is fucked up. Hidden Menace is by accounts broken because the recall of the planes is 50% slower and the recall starts after you shoot. So your planes linger in AA twice as long, which means that not only do you lose more planes because they're getting shot for longer, but it's easier for the auto-generated flak to hit them. So they take more continuous and flak damage, so you just lose a lot more planes.
Destination reached. Autopilot mode disabled.
Scoutier you like. Oh, cool. Clemson, still with the double battleship. I think Hayet's number is going to be able to torp the fuck out of the South Carolina and the Nassau. So that's probably going to be okay. So having the battleship reticle against cruisers, not uncommon that you're going to miss. You might miss both bombs. More likely you probably just hit one bomb. And then against DDs, it's more likely you miss, but maybe you hit one. So the reticle is meaning that you'll probably get two against a battleship, but maybe one. You probably get one against a cruiser, but maybe none. You probably get none against a destroyer, but maybe one. So it's like as the ship classes get smaller, tighter, whatever, the size of the reticle kind of makes it so that, well, yes, RNG could screw something. RNG can, you know, RNG bless. In general, the damage is appropriate to the target. The smaller the target, the less damage it's probably going to take, so it's more in proportion with its health pool. Should be dead. Yeah, I mean, he was landing shots, so...
Our team has taken the lead.
Still a concern.
Mode enabled.
Fire on the enemy warship.
Serpent just wrecking face over here. Triple kill. Ooh, baby, it's a triple. Like that, maybe? Could have dropped a little later. Turning away from this AA to get for the follow-up strike, although he's hard turning as well. Which I think we cut in this way. No, because he's going to turn in again. You just be like that, man. That's what you do. You just do that, so I can't torp you. It's fine. Get me, it's fine. I'm okay with this. Rawr. We hear the pew-pews of the fighters, so we got to drop. Did I look at your Graf Zeppelin training room? No, I have not checked that out yet. Elo had said that he found maybe a better way to try to bomb that resulted in more consistent hits. So I asked him if he could provide like a replay or something of what he was doing. The reticle's going to be off in the replay, which kind of sucks, but I mean, that's just a replay bug. But at least, you know, the timing, the choice, stuff like that might be useful for trying to decode. Oh, we lost our DD dude. No. Right. Hopefully we can cut in on this. Looks like we can. Really? A whiff? Thought it looked good. I guess it's a last minute juke. You doing another like last minute hard turn here? Yes, he is. Get one. Maybe get a kill.
Enemy battleship sunk.
Langley, South Carolina probably gets clocked by Serpent. And the Langley should be dead as well. So I don't even know if we're going to get to a target. But I think this was our last Langley game. Now we get to move up to the Ranger.
Destination reached. Autopilot mode disabled.
I mean, there's 3 people that should just be farming the fuck out of this. The Guignaz was able to take the South Carolina. This was actually used in the Saturnalia battleship tournament, which I did some casting for. It was fun, although it was very slow, because, I mean, battleships moving slowly, doing stuff. It's like synchronized swimming with a pack of whales, just... There was some hilarity. Oh man, there was this one where, like, I shit you not, there was like a tier 4 ship that was able to outplay an Ohio. And when I say outplay, I mean like for minutes outplay. He just like clung to the Ohio's ass cheek. Just like, nah, can't dislodge me. It was amazing. Okay, 42. That's enough. Done with this shit. I do not need a commander. I do have a commander. This one. Boop. Alright, so let's double check that our points are where we want them. So we have more, faster, healthier. That's going to be the initial 9 points on basically every CV. Additional fire chance. I mean, we drop 3 bombs at a time, so that's plus 15% fire chance. If we're trying to drop maybe a battleship, maybe we could hit him, set a fire, spin around it. If he damage cons it, reset a fire for a permafire. So I do think that's okay. Additional torp damage throughput. We're not going to have a ton of torp damage on the Ranger. 5,500. So if we land 2 torps into torpedo protection, all that's going to add is 1.1 thousand damage is going to breach through, as opposed to being protected off. So I mean, it's more. The reason I'm taking this on the Ranger is because the Ranger is a tier 6 CV, and as such, the tier 6 CVs will have damage limitations. They're not meant to, you know, really carry a game. They're meant to do what they're doing, but they're still at a training tier. So, having some additional throughput, some additional effect, I think is going to be pretty important. That leaves me with 3 additional points. I don't need torpedo aiming skills. I don't need sight stab. I know how to aim for the Ranger. That's not going to be a problem. Having some more bomb speed is okay, but I don't think that's required either. And flak is generally light at tier 6 because it's only just being introduced into the game. Not to say that we can't encounter some tier 8 ships. We could be up tiered and the flak could be oppressive. But in general, tier 6, the majority of your games you're going to be at or top tier, as opposed to bottom tier. That's only like 30 to 40% or something of your games. So I don't think this is required, which means I'm going to take some additional fighter consumables, which I did just explain that having the little 3 fighter planes really doesn't matter that much, but it is additional spotting. So I might use these to spot destroyers or spot flanks if we don't have, you know, DDs watching the thing, and then we'll take some additional engine boost. That's going to be what my build is for the Ranger. As far as the upgrades, pretty basic. Pick the one that looks like a plane. Pick the one that looks like a plane. That's going to be the first 2. The only time that's not the case is if for some reason you want damage control party, in which case I use that mostly on German CVs. If I'm going to come in and try to use secondaries and brawl, because if I could shoot them with secondaries, they can probably shoot me back. So this will help me potentially stave off some fires a little longer. I don't need additional attack time on the rockets. I don't need additional attack time on the torps, and I'm not looking to use this as a secondary brawler, so that's just going to be torp speed. There's really not any other options for that. And then lastly, we could buff the rockets, but tier 6 rockets are gated. The tier 4's rockets kind of perform pretty well, but I can assure you that the Rangers do not do that. The torpedo bombers, however, this is consistent if we land the torps, and then we have bombs. We've already seen that the bombs are very maneuverable, and again, we could set fires with these because they usually have a high fire chance. I'm going to take additional bomber health, because I want to lean on that if I can. And we can start looking at how we're going to upgrade these as we start getting the experience to do it, which will be over the coming games. So we'll take the little community contributor bonus XP flag, rar. Take some additional commander XP, take some additional experience in general. I'm not going to toy with the special flags at the moment, but for the sake of Strim, I think we're going to take the damage flags and try to help us get through this. So let's make sure that's enabled. And then camouflage. We do have some 200%, which maybe I'll do. We have the gold camo, like the ranked stuff. Didn't we get some of that? Get some. Yeah, this. I guess that's like the equivalent of the American one. America. Whatever. It's fine. So we have 30 of these. We'll use them. We'll be pretty. Shing. Check that action out. And that is enabled too, so away we go. It was the Ganget. Okay. Whatever it was, man, that was Looney Tunes, man. Do you really need healthier at tier 4? You take the 3 and put it into fires or something? Well, I still lost planes at tier 4. It's like, it's not like the planes are immortal. I lost planes at tier 4. Sometimes faster than I was okay with. It's like a giant gold bar. Alright, so against the Ranger, single DD, we're just going to use American rocket planes as scouts. The American rocket planes are very fast. In some cases, they're as fast or faster than even the German rocket planes. This is a highlight for the US line. The strike planes, however, are very slow. As far as tech tree stuff goes, they are the slowest strike planes. Our detection's not great, could be better. But we're going to have responsive attack planes and we're going to have slow strike planes, meaning the torps and the bombs. So that's something that we have to factor in. We need to like get across to, like if we commit to Alpha, you know, we're positioned maybe over here with our hull. If we had to do something at Charlie, it'd be a really long flight for the torps, for instance. But maybe we could get there a little faster with the rockets. In general, US CVs are more like contest CVs. You have a fair amount of health, which means you can deal with clusters of maybe 2 or 3 ships and still be able to breach and strike. And you tend to have enough throw weight, at least at the higher tiers, that when you do breach to get a strike, that it's impactful, it's useful. But because the planes are not nearly as nimble in the sense of speed, your map influence is much more condensed to where you happen to be at the time. This is probably a bad fighter placement because they'd be coming in from this angle, which means they won't get spotted by the fighter. So that was kind of derp. I think I'm going to dive in a little bit, try to get some information, because right now I just got a whole bunch of nothing. There we go. That's some info. That's some spotted ribbons. Holy fuck. Farragut. I don't know. Pop the engine boost. We're going to try to run in on this. Farragut greeted. He did pop smoke. But when I say he greeted, I mean he's got a Nuremberg on top of him, but that's it. So I'm going to be able to get multiple passes on this. Although his smoke does seem to be lasting him all the way to the cap. So eventually he'll be able to be in there hanging out all sneaky and secret and shit. And you can see like we got a 5,000 hit on a destroyer. Now we're getting 2s. Again, tier 6 rockets kind of gated. It's not that you can't hit, but you're not going to get astounding, amazing fucking super-tastic hits. And I dropped a fighter as I was leaving to try to keep him lit in case there's follow-up shots. He is going to get back to his smoke. I don't think it's worth my time to go over here and try to rocket him down. That smoke's going to be up for about 2 minutes. So, I mean, once he gets into his smoke cloud, he's just going to be safe and comfy and fucking gone. And, well, I think the fighter is being down as to why he's gone. But still, if he just went into a smoke cloud, he could continue capping for the next minute and a half without being spotted by me. Short of me, like, torping the smoke cloud or something, a whole bunch of not anything is going to happen. Ranger is one of your better CVs? Well, that's good. Yeah, all the tier 6 CVs I find are quite capable. You know, I was asked when the tier 6 season happened, what CV do you recommend? You know, what's the best CV? And I legit answered, you know, I'm going to be honest, I think they're all okay. Which was not the expected answer, but really all of the tier 6 CVs, like, they're capable of doing what they need to do. It's about the highest praise you can give something. Holy fuck. It's just like... That's a hell of a lemming train. So we're gonna say,
Retreat now.
hey guys, you'll probably don't want to charge into that, and then hopefully these folks will start to turn around and maybe brace against the push. And we can try to maybe hit this Nuremberg just because he's like beached. Pop the engine boost here. Hey, Farragut's low. That's cool. Well, looks like he's beached, so I think he's just gonna eat those. And I think I can try to run out a bit, maybe with the remaining health on this fighter, and try to drop a, or on these planes, try to drop a fighter last second. Well, I'm not taking AA damage, so I'll do it there. Cool, Dunkirk's turned, Arizona's turning, Sharn is turning. So, you know, cool, they're positioning, holy fuck, that's a lot of them. One of the things that I really like about CVs is that they give information. So you're not... Some people like playing with the fog of war. They like being in a situation where, you know, these 4 battleships turn this corner and surprise, motherfucker! There's like 9 people there, so they just all get murdered and then you lose the game. For me, I find it much more interesting to have an idea of what's going on and then make the decisions based around what's going on, as opposed to just kind of like getting surprise motherfuckered and rolled. Which is one of the reasons why I kind of cherish the ability for a CV. Oh, he's just gonna beach. To give that information. And while some people will say, well, that breaks the game, it changes the game, it alters the game, I personally think it to be something that makes the game better. So the Synop didn't turn, but he is reversing, which is fine. Synop has a great bow-in tanking ability. So really the goal of this group is just going to be holding and bracing against this push while these guys move in so that we have a firing line that goes in on them while they're wrapped. We can work on the Ismail. Losing planes. Whatever. I think I do this. Yeah, I think I'll do that, and then we can stage out of there, and I can start looking to scout for our dudes. Try to give them information, start working on this shit. But we do have, you know, the line of people over here. Okay. Strike the Helena, I guess. So this is a hard target in that it has a whole lot of overlapping AA. We could try to fly all the way onto this side, maybe start chiseling away at the Ismail as he's trying to reform with his group. That's a possibility. We just need to make sure that we're not overextending into the death ball. And that's for the surface ships as well as my planes. I think I could work on the Ismail here. One of the things to being over here is to blunt the push. If we try to get these guys like, ah, fuck, there's planes over there, and they feel scared or they feel contained, they're not continuing to just charge through. They're waiting for our other ships to get into firing positions so that, you know, they're shooting at us, but we're shooting back at them. We're trading health. We're not just getting, you know, it's not just 6 people murdering 3 while these people are too far to be able to do anything. Really, what the fuck? Like, what is your range? Is it 6? 6.5? Might be able to go on the Gal here. Gal's going forward. We don't have too much maneuverability in the Torps, but we have some. And that's not going to matter. Maybe? Probably not. He probably cuts in. We got one. Alright, so this is going to block crossfire. Now we've got a good front line with a lot of shots. Makarov needs to back up. This is a poor position. I mean, if you're in the front of the line, you're the thing that gets focused by 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 different ships, so maybe not be on the front line in a Makarov. Maybe that doesn't work out. Yeah, the only person that can shoot the Scharnhorst right now is you, because this island is blocking him. So what you could do is either use this island cover to like lock down this flank. Instead of running open water, you could do that, or else you're just gonna have to rejoin the team. But frankly, being over there stops them from pushing. So I mean, even if you're not shooting, you're still doing something. Leander should get wrecked. Yeah, so one of the things he could have done when coming back is to use this island or something as a thing to fire from, or maybe this island as a thing to fire from. Still, he gets burned down because it's 4 or 5 against 1. So running is the safer option. But that is a way, for instance, to take this position and cock block them just charging out, because then they just give all kinds of broadside if they do. Yeah, and now they're all stuck. If they want to push out, they're pushing out broadside to guns, because they also have an Arizona that they have to angle to. So theoretically, if maybe instead of here, he was here, or here, that's even more aggressive crossfiring, where he's just stuck between battleships if they want to move. Go for the Nagato. The Leander's bailing. We're up 2 caps, we're up ships. I think we have a pretty decent position going on. I think we're in good stead. Lose 1 plane, lose 2 planes. Maybe lose 3. Hard turning to the left, accelerating out and away from AA. If at all possible. Ooh, we see a gal. Hey gal. What's up, lady? Probably lose another plane, maybe even both. This Ismail's AA range is really oppressive. Single drop. We got to hit. Scharnhorst is starting to pull out. Ismail AA coverage is still obnoxiously large, but we can try to torp across the Scharn, blunt his push. Might even be dead by the time we get there. Leander gets out, but that's fine. Ranger gets out, but that's fine. This is their last pocket of resistance. And if we can get this work down, then we are A-okay. Yeah, when DDs start open watering, you know you're probably in a good positioning. Or a good situation. You're working on DDs, you're terrible? That's practice makes perfect. There's some people that make content for DD play. One of the ones that I particularly enjoyed was Destroyer Kiroshi Kai. Or Kirosio Kai, something. Used to be in Cuter, I think. I don't know what he's in now, but he does have a Discord, and I think he makes kind of Destroyer educational videos he puts out on YouTube. That should be a kill.
Our victory is in sight.
I do some DD play on stream. Most people will tune in because I'm a CV main and they're going to watch CV play, but I do also do Destroyer play. It's not my main class. I do play above average. I don't know if I would say that I'm Hurricane level. I don't know, maybe High Storm to Typhoon level if I had to guess. But still, I mean, I do put out DD games. Battleship main, but the cap at the back line is boring, so you're switching. I mean, you don't have to camp at the back line. Gal's pushing. Ooh, our friend is down. Well, we can put ourselves in direct danger. We're up still pretty well, though. This is the last pocket of resistance they have. Nagato AA is nothing like the Ismail AA was. See if we can get some fires here. We got a fire. That being said, I don't know if we get to strike back in. Aoba popped its fighter, but its fighter is just only now on station and would still have to latch, which it just did, which means we have a few seconds before it comes over and pew-pews. There's the pew-pews, we get the drop. We get at least another hit. Start working on the gal, maybe. I mean, the game is map position. The people say, like, battleships are camping at the back of the map. He's not at the back of the map. They went over to take this, and that's where they're stuck. He's not at the back of the map. It's like the back of the map thing is hyperbole. It's not necessarily real. As far as people taking long-range shots and stuff, that's always been the case. It's just currently everybody's talking about how long-range everything is and stuff like that. There we go. He's dead to me or he's dead to him. Dead either way. He did. Come in here and finish the Nagato, and that will finish the game.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Deadeye really didn't alter the game. Deadeye altered player behavior. And if you want a video about that, if you don't trust me on it, this is okay. There's actually a video that the Mighty Jingles put out called Adapt or Die, where he talks about Deadeye, where it's not that Deadeye suddenly changed the game. It's not that Deadeye made battleships do 3 times as much damage if they're in the back of the map. But every, like, community contributors have just been talking about it, and other people are just talking about it, and everybody's freaking out about it. The forums are exploding about it, and Reddit is just, like, on it. The people are just like, oh, I should hang back and use this extremely OP, super incredible talent thing. Like, Deadeye makes the shots tighter, but by its very nature, if you're 10 kilometers away, your shots take 5 seconds to get there, so you have to do 5 seconds of predictive lead. When you're 20 kilometers away, your shots take 15 seconds to get there, so you have to do 15 seconds of predictive lead. So even if your shots are closer, they have 3 times the amount of, like, room to maneuver. It's not a joke. I mean, that's the concept of the balancing. I can say that, like, you know, community contributors, I mean, I can try to throw my feedback out there. And one of the things that I did say was, people keep remarking that the wording of, the wording of Deadeye, do we have enough to buy a plane yet? We might have enough experience for that. We do. Okay, sorry. So left the queue so we can do this real quick. So if we look at what the upgrade options are, as far as the hull, it's going to increase our rudder shift and our AA. But in general, CVs are not the main focus target. If I'm a focus target and I'm getting wrecked, it's because the CV is lighting me and a battleship is ripping me apart. So I'm not too worried about the AA because we have the defensive fighter. So now we look at planes. What do the rocket planes have? Well, we have 2 additional rockets in the payload, so we shoot 6 per plane instead of 4. So that's a 50% increase in output. Now the reticle might get bigger as well. So it's not necessarily that we're doing more damage, but we're still throwing more throw weight. So if we shoot a larger target like a cruiser or something, theoretically we have more damage against a cruiser. Okay, so it's a 50% increase. We get a little health, we get a little speed, it increases our restoration time a little. Torp wise, get a little health, get a little speed. We take 2 additional planes per squadron. So instead of having 6 and dropping up to 3 times, we have 8. We could drop up to 4. Realistically, we're going to lose planes, so that's not going to happen. But still, we bring more planes to the party. We have a slightly reduced restoration time on the airplanes, which is great. And the number of aircraft on deck went up. So that means that we start the game with 12 as opposed to 9. And as planes regen, they regen up to a cap of 12 at a time. So theoretically, we have more available to us if we're in a full state. That's a pretty effective upgrade. And then we've got bombs. More health, more speed, pretty standard. But here's the big one. Size of the attacking flight goes to 3. So we're attacking with 3 instead of 2. That's a 50% increase. Aircraft per squadron goes from 8 to 9. So, I mean, that's still, it's... Instead of attacking 4 times, we're attacking 3, but we're attacking with more. We restore a little faster, and we get 2 additional planes. I'm going to go with the bombs, because I took the bomber health to try to get the fire chance, so that when we bomb a battleship, we're potentially rolling fires on battleships, breaking damage cons. So I'm going to start with the bombs, but it looks like the torps are probably the next, a good upgrade next. Rocket planes also pretty good, just depends on if we want more destroyer cruiser pressure or we want more torps. You find cruisers are more survivable and more impactful in the rework? You mean other than the larger cruisers and super cruisers? I mean, I played the Alaska a lot post rework, and I think I was running like an 80% win rate with it, which is kind of hilarious because my cruiser play is not my strongest. But the ability for me to go in, claim space, and have a radar, but have a ship that doesn't just auto like detonate when it takes shells, you know, is pretty impactful. Like, I heard somebody describe cruisers once, and I know not all cruisers are made this way, but they described cruisers as it's a ship that takes consumables and translates consumables into winning map positions and kills. So you take a radar consumable, you put it in a situation, and you claim that section of the map. You take a hydro and you flush out destroyers, or you protect people as they move forward to claim space on a map. Stuff like that. So I do tend to like cruisers where I can use my consumables to claim territory. I had a lot of fun with that.
Action stations.
As a British light cruiser main, I basically play as a heavy destroyer. Sure. Just with a Citadel, yeah. Can't forget that. 4DDs? 4DD's going to be an issue. Average player's kind of okay with maybe 2 destroyers. When you start getting into 3 or 4, it starts getting chaotic. Players get overwhelmed, and torps come from angles they don't expect. So if we can spot, or at least give information on some of the destroyers, or maybe chisel off 1 or 2 of them, our team's going to make better decisions. But most destroyer players do not like to brawl. They tend to play very scared, because they don't have big guns, they don't have a lot of ship health, they don't really know how to brawl. So if we can assist our destroyers in claiming frontline pressure, then we can roll that into additional assets later. It's what, the Montecuccoli? Could be nasty, it's a Rhine. Well, he did 4, that's not very much. He did get a spot on a Shinonome, which is cool. Get a spot on a Gaide. I need to interact with this. I have to try to bully their front line in the beginning of the match. 1, because I have high explosive rockets and bombs, which is going to be really good against destroyers. And 2, because, again, I need to set our destroyers up for success. Destroyers tend to play pretty scared. And we're fortunate because we have you know, we have a clanmate or whatever that's in a destroyer, so that's going to help our frontline pressure a lot. And this person knows how to play. He's not nosing into the rocket, so he doesn't take very much damage at all. Smaller cruisers have also been having fun. Yeah, I think cruiser play is just something that I'm gonna have to dedicate a lot of time to. I find destroyer play and CV play to be fairly similar, or have a lot of similarities in like the stuff that I'm paying attention to, in terms of like map presence and support. So transitioning from a CV to a destroyer, you know, has felt the most normal to me. Whereas battleships, you feel just kind of like locked into a position to do a thing. This will not be a great drop. Got really lucky with 2 bombs off that, but that was luck. I dropped the fighter consumable to try to keep him lit. He might be hard lit by the T, but I don't judge ranges well on the map. So there are often times where I call in fire support from my team when they're too far away. They're just not in range. And I don't know that because I don't instinctively read map distances when I look at this. So drop the fighter just to make sure that the DD was going to stay lit. He is power sliding. Catches 2. You saw that was a splash, but he slid into the splash and took the extra damage. I try to tell people that if you're getting bombed or rocketed, you don't want to power slide because you'll slide across the reticle and collect additional damage. So the juke there, which was supposed to be a juke, actually ended up costing him an additional 2,000 or 3,000 damage. Not to say that power slides can't fuck people up and screw their aiming, but in general, it's something to be aware of when being bombed or rocketed. You struggled adjusting to bronze in your Chapayev, but when you realized how truly retarded the average Bronze League player was, you got going better and finished with just about a 60% win rate and even a solo warrior. Well, that's not very nice, sir. But I'm glad you were able to get out, or, you know, play with a 60% win rate. That's cool. Yeah, I don't know what the server average is. I've heard that, like, the average win rate is something like 45. So, like, out of all of the player base, the average is below 50. So the amount of people that are going to hit 50 and 55 and 55 and 60 starts getting really prohibitively smaller as it continues. So if we had 8 planes right now, we'd probably be able to get the second strike much more comfortably, because we'd lose this plane before we get to drop. So if we had the upgraded planes, we'd have a full double torp drop here. Just something to remember. I think we can bomb into this, maybe bomb into that, and I can definitely keep pushing up.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Yeah, server average 48.8. Cool. So it's like, even people that have a 50-50 win rate are technically outliers on the high side. So somebody with a 55 or a 60, it's an extreme outlier. You know, 55 indicates that you're doing something right. Maybe you're not controlling the matches, maybe you're not winning everything, but you're doing something right that's resulting in, you know, a consistent higher than 50% win rate. And then as you keep going up and up and up, you know, more so. But that's usually going to be aided by game knowledge and practice and execution and all sorts of shit. But like, you cannot discount that this is a free-to-play game, and a lot of people just like playing fucking ships, you know? It's cool, it's fun. Some people are history buffs. They like playing with ships they've heard of. Some people like naval stuff. They just want to play with the naval game. It's not about everybody playing at a 65% win rate level all the time. God, we've been really lucky. 2 bombs, then 2 bombs again. On a cruiser, that's actually pretty lucky for the Ranger. But you can see how upgrading the bombs gives us, you know, a nice potential of better throughput here. 2? Another 2. How cool is that? Fuso's there, Kirov's there. I think we take the cap. I mean, it's only a minute, less than a minute till that's finished, so this game is won. It's kind of nice. On to the next one. Someday you'll get up to server average. I'm not gonna lie, like, I played this game for probably a year to a year and a half, and while I knew how to play CVs and I could outstrike other CVs, I didn't know how to read the map until it was when I started playing competitive, and I had somebody that had been playing for years. You know, we went through replay after replay after replay, and I'm asking, like, my biggest thing was my timing. If I'm helping up here, I'm not helping down there. If I'm helping down there, I'm not up here. So what's the timing on me being here? What's the timing on me being there? What's the timing on this push? Why are you pushing now instead of later? It was a lot, like a lot of invested time to get all that information, and to expect somebody to just trip across it is like, I mean, it's extremely unlikely outside of like basically paying a tutor. All right, do we have enough for another one? We do not. We need 7,000 XP, so we will keep doing the thing. The only reason you got the solo warrior was because you had a Prince Eugen, Nguyen? Prince Nguyen. Stay 4 kilometers behind me while doing nothing. Chase a destroyer together with me, even though I specifically told him to stay back and farm the battleships instead. The carrier on your team sat still and died to the destroyer. When that happened, the buddy charged straight into all the enemies and died. Then you just hid behind an enemy or an island and won the game. Had it not been for him charging the entire enemy team, you would not have been the only one on your team against them all. You find that you go through bursts of getting better at the game, usually because of some grind. Focusing on a ship, grinding ranked, playing clan battles. Yeah, definitely. Definitely, Jedich. So I used to play a lot of League of Legends. I don't play it so much now because this has really become my main game. I stream it, I play it competitively. It's what I do. But in League of Legends, when, you know, you're first learning, you're playing ranked or something, over and over and over and over again, there's a few things of, you know, lessons of wisdom people will tell you. First off, the only person in every single game you play is you. So if your first thought is, this team, that should never be your first thought. Your first thought should be, what could I have done better? Maybe it's nothing. Usually it's going to be something. Unless you're just like, you're fucking the best player in the world, there's probably something you did that could be better. But if your first thought is, this team, you're not growing because you're not identifying where you need to grow. It's like if you leveled and you get stat points and you don't put them anywhere. You just sit, you don't grow, you don't put them, you don't level up any talents, you don't make any skills better. You just have higher levels and you haven't done anything with it. It's, you know, it doesn't work. And then secondly, the best way to pursue mastery is to pick something and master it, rather than just playing stuff willy-nilly. So playing a destroyer, and then a cruiser, and then a battleship, and then a this, and then a that. Playing a gunboat, then playing a torp boat. Like, you're going to have a lot of different experiences, which is cool, but you're not going to be able to find how to master something and see how it fits in the whole. Because once you've mastered it, not only have you learned, you know, what it can do, but you've learned how it interacts with everything else, which means that when you go against somebody else that's playing it, you know that information now. And then you master the next thing, and then you master the next thing. For me, you know, my pursuit of mastery was with carriers. It's what interested me. I'm playing destroyers now, which is cool. But, again, the stuff that, like, what I've put my effort into has been CVs. And there's some folks that will look at that and say, well, you're good in CVs, but are you good in anything else? I mean, personally, I think I'm workable, but to sit there and expect somebody to be a master at everything at once is insane. You pick something, you practice it, you learn it, you do it well, you achieve, you move on. All right. He's not in smoke. I did light good. There we go. He gets taken out. So 4DDs really have to try and bully and isolate. This guy just fucking charged away from cruisers. Popped his smoke, didn't even sit in it. Just decided to keep outrunning his smoke cloud until he was in the middle of nowhere getting wrecked. So that did not work out for him. If you're in a destroyer and you see an enemy CV, the CV's probably going to scout something. Or maybe strike a cruiser or whatever. If you just hang back for a little while, they're going to shoot something else or they're going to move on. And then you can move forward and take stuff. Just give yourself 20 seconds to chill. Throw it in half speed. Okay. You always struggle adjusting your play to what the average Joe does rather than what makes sense. So, whenever Ensconce tells us what an average player thinks and will and won't do, it is increasingly refreshing. Well, yeah. I mean, one of the most interesting parts about game design is figuring out how people are going to play your game. And that's done through shitloads of testing, where you invite, frankly, just randoms to come in and play your game a lot and see what they do. A cool story. There's a game called Portal, is it Portal? Portal 2. Portal 2, yeah. So Portal came out, people liked it, Valve, you know, they thought it was cool, they decided they wanted to play, you know, dick around, maybe make a sequel, so they made Portal 2. And they had this section where you grab this ball named Wheatley. And Wheatley talks to you or whatever. For those that haven't played it, if you haven't played Portal 2, you really fucking should. The Portal games are excellent. But they saw in their head that the player was going to kind of be a dick. and they would drop Wheatley down like a staircase or something, and they thought this was so cool that they wrote lines on they wrote lines about what the they wrote like voice lines for Wheatley to say, you know, as he's falling down the staircase. They had like this interactive thing, and then they had to figure out how to write the code so that he would properly bounce and roll down the staircase. Like, they did all this shit to make this dream a reality. And then they tested it, and nobody dropped the ball. Nobody threw him down the staircase because nobody wanted to be a jerk. They didn't want to hurt him. Nobody even thought of like, oh, hey, this is a thing we could do. So they spent all of this design time making something because they're like, surely somebody's going to do this. Oh, everybody's going to do it. It's going to be amazing. Nobody gave a fuck. Didn't even know it was there. Turned into an Easter egg because nobody even realized it existed. So like, when World of Warships makes something, the designers have to kind of figure like, what is the average person going to do? Because it can be completely removed from what you intended. I guess we torp into the Iron Duke for a little while. We have such good positioning over here. The Ismail's dead. These guys are moving over, but still, I think this is a dominant position. We're up in ships at the moment. Pretty much, we're just doing okay. What are your thoughts on CV's pushing up close to islands to narrow down the travel space? Is it a viable tactic, or is it asking for death? Oh, looks like he's having a bad day. So I talked earlier about, you know, why is their CV plane regen? Because it's a gating mechanic, right? Instead of giving you 60 planes at the start of the match and saying, fucking kill everybody, they give you 30, and then you slowly regen the other 30 over the course of time. So when you take your CV and you park it up on this island, I can strike the New York over and over and over and over and over again, but every time I strike him, I lose one plane. Well, real quick, because I only have 10 of this, 10 of this, 10 of this, I go 10, 8, 6, far up, I'm out of those, 10, so like you get to attack in a quick burst, but then you run out of resources, and then you don't have attacks for a while. You attacked the target really quick, you barraged the fuck out of the target, but you run out of resources. So part of the regen rate is assuming that you're flying, you know, whatever the long distance is to do the thing. We're gonna eat the fighter here. I feel like it was near timing out, but I just didn't know when it was, so we'll just eat the fighter and move on with life. Good news is, though, it ripped into one of the planes that was already pretty badly beat up. So we're not losing much. And then Serpent gets the kill. So is it a viable tactic? Yes. But because you don't have unlimited planes, you will chew through your resources, and then, you know, hopefully that worked out for you. So if I went up to this island and I just barraged the shit out of something, it'd be cool for about 2 to 3 minutes, maybe 4. And then I'd be stuck regenning, and now I'm stuck on an island. So hopefully we won the flank, because if we didn't, I'm fucked. Congrats on your first Twitch drop. But yeah, there are people that do that. Specifically if you're trying to hunt for high damage scores. You know, there are many games that I'm going to end that the way that I play, I'm going to have a variety of planes left over. Because I haven't burned through my resources. I've been trying to, you know, pick and choose my targets, etc. Sometimes we get run down to the, like, absolutely the bottom of the barrel, where we've got fuck all nothing for plane resources. But usually we're going to have something. Somebody that wants to get the most damage out of every single game, the most kills, wants to blow this number down to nothing. They want to go in and rip shit apart every time, all the time. Which is not bad. I mean, it's a great thing, especially for practice, because you're going to learn how to get good with it, or you're going to learn how to strike and get numbers. Is there a Russian CV in the works? There's been no indication of another CV line that exists. They just recently released the German ones, I don't know, 5-6 months ago? So, I don't know. But they have a lot of stuff that they're working on. The Commander rework just dropped, subs just dropped. They've already announced 2 lines, I think, that are going to be coming out. I think the Italian battleship line and then the German DD line it's like small cruisers. So, like, they've got a lot of stuff in the works.
Victory is in sight.
He did.
Enemy destroyer sunk.
Firing. Again, with the power sliding, he slid across the reticle. Just makes it easier to drop. So yeah, there's definitely benefits to pushing up.
Mode enabled.
But, it's not like there are no drawbacks either. And obviously it's less safe. That is a drawback. Because if your side ends up not winning, despite your being able to throw planes at the situation, sometimes your teammates get outplayed. Sometimes the enemy, you know, gets great drop positioning or torp positioning or something, and you just all of a sudden your friends are dead and you're like, oh fuck, well I guess I'm here on this island. Don't kill stuff before he gets to the Vaser. Oh, I'm sorry, I don't pay attention to the damage. I don't pay attention to the score too much unless it's like super down to the wire and I'm trying to figure out how the fuck can we win. What are my thoughts on Wargaming buying the rights to the King of the Sea tourney? I think that's actually cool, because if Wargaming is actively throwing money at a well-known tournament to try to acquire the tournament after Verizon, then they might feel like, hey, this game might actually be able to garner enough interest that we could look at having a competitive, you know, thing. So if Wargaming acquired King of the Sea and they have some Wargaming employees that are, you know, doing the King of the Sea thing, well then theoretically that means they have a competitive division, right? So that could actually be cool. Could be cool for balancing concepting. It could be cool for advertising. It could also be cool for player behavior, because if you're going to be in a high-end clan doing competitive stuff representing the game, you know, League of Legends cracked down on its competitive players from being assholes, basically. If you want to compete, if you want to be in this, don't be a prick, because you're misrepresenting the game in front of an audience. So that's nice. Certainly attract his attention. Yeah, Vesser is not good at killing planes. All right, so we have enough to upgrade next. So we already kind of went over torps. It's more likely we get a second drop off if we have the 8 planes, because we'll lose 1, maybe 2 planes per drop. So if we lose 1, maybe 2 planes, we get to drop. That takes us down to 4 or 5. If we lose 1 to 2 planes, we go down to 2 or 3. So I mean, we get 2 drops basically guaranteed with this, which is nice. Plus we get more planes at the start of the match. This gives us additional throw weight and speed, but I think the reticle is worse. So I think I'm just going to go with the torpedo planes, because we do have bombs that can help with destroyers, and mostly the rockets are going to be for destroyers and maneuverable cruisers. What's squirrel in German? Squirrel. 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 Eichhörnchen. Don't tell that to Righteous. Alright, so we're against some tier 8 battleships. Tier 6 CVs do not deal well with tier 8 battleships. The amount of damage output a tier 6 CV has is easily overcome by the ability to heal on a tier 8 battleship. So We cannot kill these. The team has to kill these. We can affect the things around them. Destroyers we can affect. Cruisers we can affect, although cruisers can be prohibitively obnoxious to deal with because they might have a fuckload of AA. But in terms of actually dissuading or stopping a Monarch or a Bismarck or an Amagi, it gets extremely tough. I mean, we can interact with tier 7s pretty reliably, I guess, but the tier 8s, it's just the amount of health that they bring to the table. Like, they might roll in with like 70,000 health and an additional 50,000 healing, and we might have an entire match where we do 80 to 120,000, which means we might spend the entire match on a single battleship unable to kill it. So we're going to be looking for things that we can affect that are not this. So we dropped a fighter on the cap, just kind of watch this. There are 4 destroyers. As before, we're going to be trying to look for destroyers to at least give some map position or maybe chisel some health off. That latches. I don't think he was paying attention. I mean, okay. Pretty tasty, 3K. I am digging the smaller reticle, I guess, because this must have the same reticle as maybe the Langley did. Just has less torps. We seem to be getting some pretty decent interactions on destroyers. This might be an overfly because the island. It is. We were too high to take the shot. Eventually he's going to get behind this island and probably smoke. Slam on the brakes and try to hard turn this. Pop the engine boost. Fucking shit again. Well, we got lucky there. There's the smoke. He's leaving his AA on. Probably has 3-kilometer aerial detection if he's German. German anti-air is not amazing, both in terms of detection and AA. At least for the destroyers, anyway. So we've seen one of the DDs. We have not seen 3 other ones. So actually I'm going to go out with bombers in case we could bomb something in A. We do have a Mahan that's watching mid, which is great. You have a Kagero that's going wide. Okay. Akatsuki's a little slow to pick his poison. We might get a... Well, it won't be a reset, but it will be a hold, which is nice. I think he's just going to back in. Double DD. Shira and a Z. I'm going to work on this, see if I can get him to back out of the cap. Or at the very least, pop smoke. German smoke doesn't last very long and has very long cooldown. So if we can get him to blow smoke, that's useful for us. Get a single hit. He has reversed out of the cap now. Do we get to go back in on this? Bismarck AA is not great. We lose another plane, but we get to drop with 2. Probably. Luck? No luck. Bismarck's pushing out. Has to deal with that. Interesting. So we've seen... What happened? What haven't we seen? The Gebhard? Has no smoke and we still haven't seen it? Really? Interesting. Cool. Like the Hydro. Eventually this clears the island. We might have a line on this. Again, I'm not going to be able to fucking solo this down with 70,000 health. But it doesn't mean I can't help. Also torp the Mogami. Fuck, all 3 tier 8s are over here. Isn't that sexy? I'm gonna drop the fighter just for spotting reasons and see if we can maybe get something off this. Bismarck's hard pushing, so that DD's in danger. Akatsuki needs to bail. Torps from there, but he sees them coming. Yeah, Bismarck definitely has Hydro up. just gonna get back out. We'll try to light fires on the Bismarck, because I don't have the damage. I don't have raw damage to scare the fuck out of this. So if I light fires, maybe the percentage-wise it's gonna work. And, yeah, this is a problem, because he had a computer issue, he said in chat. Bismarck Pop Fighter, I can't interact with that. We have to run. Okay, it's 4v2 over here. The Mahan cutting him off. So we do have presence on this side of the map. That's cool. So this side is actually going to have to kite. As long as we don't directly engage this and get ripped apart by it, we'll probably be doing okay. Can go for the Monarch, maybe. I could try to go for the Bismarck, but I don't think I definitely eat the fighter. But then again, maybe I lose planes just diving into this with the Monarch and the Mogami and the DDs. Hard turn out and away. We have a follow-up strike here. I might. We're outside of the Mogami's AA. We're outside of the Bismarck AA. You lose this, maybe this plane, and get to drop with another 3, plus he damage con. So if we get a fire, that should stick. We did get a fire, so that's going to be a perma, and we can try to slow the Bismarck, maybe slow the Mogami. Bismarck's dead. Great. Good shit. Good shit, Serpent. So we can cross-torp the Mogami, try to slow this push, torp across the Mogami and try to stop him from pushing, torp across the Monarch. Gepard might actually YOLO the Bismarck, which would suck. But I mean, even if it goes to 3v1, because the Gepard should get wrecked, then that works out okay. Monarch permafire still going. Mogami is late to turn, so he's committed north. Which means we can torp into this. How hard are you gonna turn, dude? As hard as it takes, says the Mogami. Let's do that. Might get lucky. Ooh, there's a Z.
Concentrate fire on the target.
Destination reached. Autopilot mode disabled.
I'm gonna stay on the Mogami. Just try to... There we go. Yes. We can strike into this. Magi's still pretty full health. We lose a plane, but we get a single torp. Might get a flood, maybe? And I think I have to help with the Z. No, maybe not. Maybe I do. No, because he's super healthy. He gets that kill. Z's fucked. He's low already. We'll come out with bombs for the Amagi or the Monarch.
Our victory is in sight.
There's the wrap. Monarch is dead. We can light fires on the Amagi. And this game is finished, which is nice.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Maverick is re-engaging. If anybody's seen Top Gun, I've watched that movie a lot as a kid. Like 2 or 3 times a day. I just like watch it, rewind it, watch it again, rewind it, watch it again. And there's a part in there where Maverick is pulling away from the big firefight or whatever. And evidently what he's saying is, stick with me, stick with me, stick with me. And I always heard as a kid, it's too quitty. It's too quitty. It's too quitty. Like, this isn't doable. We just need to get out. We just need to get out. We just need to get out.
All stations, concentrate fire on the target.
No fire. Womp womp. Hard 10 on this and this 3 seconds before we can start the attack. Don't forget that while your bombs are dropping, you are still maneuvering your remaining planes, so you can get them turning for the follow-up strike. Alright, well, I think we've got this one. I could be wrong. He got to come in late and he still got a kill. Shiritsuyu is missing. I think I could try to work on this. We might be able to get a kill here. Get one of those cute little red ribbons. Although this is probably way too close to the island to get the successful drop. Plus looks like he's just getting farmed by the Mahan. Nope, he did. Too close. You're not gonna torp me, motherfucker, says the battleship. As other people shoot him and he doesn't care. But no! CV ain't gonna torp me, bitch! Never! Like, so those are not designed to hit. Those are gonna make torp beepy noises. Beep, 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 beep. Just to fuck with him while he's getting gangbanged from both sides. We're basically just trying to mentally overwhelm the destroyer. $7,000, that's going to be a plane. So we'll finish off with, I think, the rockets, and then we'll be upgraded except for the hull. Rockin'. So it's 171,000 experience until we get to the next one. Oh, right. Okay. But we're now fully upgraded as far as planes are going. Just double check that we have damage signals still look good. That's XP and Commander XP flag stuff. Oh, yep, just doing the thing. How do you decide when to plane management? How do I decide when to do pre-drops? So I can explain that real quick. So what is a pre-drop? Pre-drop is like a way to mitigate. So we'll use an example that I was doing before. So if you're striking into a single ship, you've got 9 planes, and this ship takes 1.5 planes per kill, 1.5. So you've got your 9. You swing in here, you're going to lose 1.5, so you're down to 7.5. You attack, 3 of them go home. You're left with 4.5. You swing around, you lose another 1.5, so you're down to 3. And then you attack, and 3 of them go home. So what is a pre-drop? So pre-drop is when, whatever, we'll just do it now. You have maybe 2 enemy ships. And these 2 enemy ships are going to kill 3 planes per attack. So if you come in with 9, you're going to come in, you're going to lose 3. Now you're down to 6. As you come in, you take your shot, 3 of them go home. And then you have these 3 planes that don't do anything because they just get murdered. Because as they try to swing around to come back in, they just die. So is there really a reason to bring these 3 planes? No. Because they're not going to do anything. Now, technically, if you eat flak, you might lose more than 3. You might lose 4 or 5 or 6 because you took more damage than you expected. So you need the additional planes if you wanted to make sure that these 3 planes get their strike. So you could bring the additional 3 because you want to guarantee that it's a strike. But in general, if you're going against a hard target, and you know it's a hard target, whatever, then you go, okay, I'm going to strike this. There's 2 ships here. I'm not going to get a second attack. So you pre-drop, you come in with 6, you lose 3, and then you attack with the remaining 3. So that's why you pre-drop. When you know what you're going to go into, and you have an idea, this is a one-way trip, then you don't bring extra resources. That's what pre-dropping is for. Some people pre-drop all the time, and it's not a good habit to be in the sense that you might find a situation where you might find an isolated destroyer, but you pre-dropped your rocket plane, so now you can only attack them like once. Well, that sucks. You could attack them twice if you had the extra planes. Or you find an isolated cruiser or something. So, in my opinion, don't pre-drop unless you know it's a one-way trip. Make the decision to pre-drop. Don't just pre-drop for the fuck of it. Now, because of this, because I wait on it, I usually make the decision too late to pre-drop and then attack. So I end up bringing in more resources than I need, and often I lose more planes than I should. So that is, in a way, a bad habit because I don't pre-drop reflexively, but I still think that it makes more sense to make the decision, make an informed decision, as opposed to just like fucking doing it.
General quarters.
Let me just double check that. Good, that's correct. Again, I'm going to start out with the rocket planes. Rocket planes are very fast. It's going to give us the a fast scout. And looks like our Ranger Bro hasn't loaded in yet. So sometimes if you have another CV, you won't have to scout the other side. You can just scout like one side and do whatever you're going to do. But since they're not loaded in, I'll continue with the scout. Also, double CVs. Not a big fan of double CVs. I realize, guess tier 4, there's a lot of people learning, so it's going to be what it is. But not a big fan of double CVs. Why? Because CVs are extremely accurate. So because they're extremely accurate, they have reduced damage. Well, when you double the CVs, you double the damage. And you start getting into like a really oppressive situation. And secondly, because CVs manipulate map position. Somebody's hiding behind an island, but then you throw torps at them. Ah, fuck, they move. So the more CVs you have, the more map manipulation there is. And it just kind of gets obnoxious. So I kind of find, you know, 1 is the magic number. You can affect things, but you don't, you know, you don't just take over things. But the reason for double CVs is because somebody sat in Matchmaker too long. So Wargaming is very committed to making sure people get through Matchmaker in a timely manner. Although sometimes you get kind of weird games. We found 3 of the 4 destroyers, which is kind of cool. I don't have a good shot on the Gaide, but I do on the Fubuki. Pop the engine boost. See, he's sliding a little bit, so I aimed a bit low. And the Gaide also smoked, which is cool. There's the Farragut. So now we know where all 4 of them are. And I'm not going to waste the shot on a smoke cloud, so we'll just shoot at New Mexico, because fuck it, we're here. Plane probably dies anyway. How can you grow your clan? Does anyone have a few tips? Ooh, I don't know. You could probably ask on the forums. You could also merge with a larger clan if you wanted to do something there. Do things of note, play more, get your name known, hold a tournament, actively recruit on the forums, actively recruit in games. Actually, one of the clans that I ended up joining, I had left a clan, and there was somebody that I played a game with that they just thought, oh, this dude's pretty cool. So he sent me an invite and gave me a message. Hey, you know, I just played a game with you. I think you did a really good job. I'm going to send you an invite. We do this, yada, 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 whatever. I mean, you could literally just write out a paragraph and just copy and paste it, you know. So if there's somebody that you know isn't in a clan, like Scardina, and you think like, fuck yeah, man, Scardina was amazing, you know, send them a message. Hey, I do this. That's probably about the best that I can give you. I don't know. So this is a problem. Is he gonna beach? He is turning out. We might get a torp. If that lands, we kill him. Good. Work on the Pensa. Pensa's turning out. Nobody's getting resets on this, which is too... Oh! They tried. Oh, a reset happened. I saw it. DeGrosse fighters try and drop before both planes are dead. Double DD over here. Triple DD, actually. Should probably spend time working on this, although this is like a real pressure point. The 3 versus 5. I actually think I need to start bailing.
Autopilot mode enabled.
So I don't think we contain this. Then I think I have to help over here as well. Because, yeah, you need to not go forward here. So you're just gonna walk into torps. That's a problem. Smoked. See Arizona for support. This is really... What the fuck are you doing? Are you trying to hump me?
Reporting the target position.
Too far. Yeah, so realistically, we don't have anybody to actually shoot this shit that I'm spotting, so... Unless, you know, I'm gonna be nailing some pretty hardcore bombs or something. That's sort of a waste of time. What is this? What are you doing? What is this position? I don't know. Okay, that smoked. Fubuki smoked. Gaide did not. Fuck. Double cruiser down here in New Mexico. That's a whole bunch of stuff. Arizona. Numbers, I need you to kill these cruisers. I need you to come over here and blap the Pensa, then blap the other thing. I need you to just murder cruisers in the face. So, try to get away from the DDs, because realistically, you're probably not going to clap them. But we definitely need to get cruisers off the field. Although you did just clap the Gaide, so grats on that. Oh, shut up. There's nobody on top of you, bro. Good shit. Just keep reversing. This guy's fucked. Bro? Buddy.
Concentrate fire on the enemy warship.
Good hit. More, please. This dude's gonna get dunked. I mean, we brought the assets on the table within shouting distance, but we need to start getting some golf claps here. Big fucking hit. I think that's from the Pensa. Those shells were really tight. Maybe this torp. Good kill. Dallas.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
Way to go, Dallas! Sorry, Hunt for the Red October reference. Okay. Just gonna keep reversing. So they could chase me down. If they're chasing me down, they're coming off in this direction, which is kind of okay. I mean, if we can pull aggro. Sadly, we lost our Arizona. Serb's probably going to be torping on this, but
Teammate, I need your support. All forces, provide cover for that target.
you need to pull off of him. Okay, cool. Well, he's able to smoke. We already found earlier the Ismail has oppressively long-range AA. Oh, is that Pensa shells, I think? If we get 3 bombs into this, it won't be a kill, but we might light fires or some shit. We got 2 in a fire. Actually, it would have been a kill. That's kind of neat. Fuck. Keep reversing.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Sucks, but I mean, realistically, they have to move forward to take C if they want to interact with it, right? So, there's that.
Teammate, I need your support. Attention, support that target.
I think you just gotta bail, Serpent. I don't think you get to hold that. Normandy. Dallas respotted.
All stations requesting fire on the designated target.
Good. Pensa survived. Dallas should be dead. We'll keep working on this. Fuck, I'm out of engine boost.
Concentrate fire on the enemy warship.
Ismail is certainly a thing. Let's keep this running. So I have 8 planes. I probably get 2 drops off. Unless they land some pretty sexy shells, this isn't gonna matter. Whatever. Take a long drop and see if maybe he turns into it. Long drop worked out. Did 67, sorry. Fuck. Stop turning. It's fightered. Oh, if we land both, he's dead. That might be a kill. Let's work on the Ismail. He's dead. Good. He needs to stop fucking with this. He needs to fuck with the thing that's a direct threat to our ships. Also, that's on the cap. Cool.
Destination reached.
That's nice.
Mode disabled.
Can't even see if I'm... Whatever. Normandy's gonna kill us. But, you know, if the Normandy's gonna go hard for us, then he's not going hard for the team, so... Eats 1 torp, eats 2 torps. Hard fucking turn, I overturned, son of a bitch. Got 1 though. Let's go back in on this. Normandy now has this spotted, we're gonna start taking damage. Enemy CV is just continuing to hound the fucking Normandy. Hey. 2 fucking bombers. I don't have anything there. Okay, rockets it is then. Cool.
Autopilot mode enabled.
At least he's chucking HE. I mean, we don't have much in the way of any kind of armor, so like theoretically he just rips through us with AP shells, but if you don't want to use them, I ain't gonna tell him. Oh, that's true. Hey, M Captain. Hello, friend of Cog. Cogman. Yeah, for those that do not know, COG is the casual organization of global gamers, started by Wookiee Legend. I had to talk to him, you know, because he was saying, hey, I want you as part of the team. And I asked why. He's like, well, I spent a lot of time streaming and trying to do what I was doing, and a whole lot of people weren't really trying to help. So I'd ask questions and nobody'd really have time. Well, okay, sounds legit. People get caught up with their own life. And he decided he's going to make a little group where it's people trying to help other people. And since I literally teach CVs, seemed like I'd be a good fit. So I was like, okay, sounds like a noble cause. So we joined COG. All right. That felt like it was far more work than it needed to be. All right, so defensive fire on the Vaser is 8. We come in with the 4 attack planes. He probably shoots down 1, maybe 2 planes. So yeah, it's just going to be the 1 shot. It's too bad. But we can go with 4, so we can make the attack and then also eat the fighter. You could come in with just 2, but the question is whether the CV will kill one of your planes, in which case it's only a half damage strike, which would suck. Thank you very much, Skugsja101, for the resub. Thank you for the 2 months, sir. There's the Vaser. Pop the fighter to keep him lit, and we're just gonna dive in and start harassing this. So we lose half a plane, probably 1 plane before we get the strike off. Which we do. That's just why we're gonna bring in the 4 planes, so that we can make sure that we pen through, or in this case, because we have 5, we can drop down to 3. And we'll be able to pen through the AA, and losing 1 plane and still be able to strike with the 2 rocket planes. Just trying to dump planes to get down here. And looks like the fighter got baited off by the other CV, so we'll be able to strike into the Vaser.
Our victory is in sight.
You just keep playing CVs. Well, that is what I do, sir. Ooh, Ranger's gonna go down. gonna start the attack really early because this island is gonna screw with our reticle and push it out further. Chunk them for another 43.
Battle ends in 5 minutes.
Fushin can Citadel Rangers with no captain skills? Yeah, I think also the Hosho has like a really low damage Citadel, or low armor Citadel. It's like if you shoot if you shoot on the side of the Hosho, you'll hit the torp protection, but if you move up a little more toward the bow, there's a section you can hit where you can Citadel into it. It's kind of cool. Woot. $12K. A whole lot to go. Thank you very much, Tonestar, for the sub. Thank you very much, sir. Am I talking about Ryujo? Yes, I'm talking about the Ryujo. So, as far as the Ranger, if we look at the Citadel on the Ranger, there's some Citadel plating back here. It's 21 mil. So if we remove the center section, this is the Citadel. So this 21 mil is whole bunches of tasty meat. But if we look at the Ryujo is a little interesting in that it's got Citadel, torp protection, but then it's also got some really exposed up here, which I guess is 25. Thought it was less. But this is pretty exposed as well. So Ranger has some exposed, Ryujo has some exposed. Kind of cool. Hey, Tonestar. Yeah, you've sent me messages in game. I've always taken names seriously. So like when I play World of Warcraft or something, I'd spend 5 or 10 minutes trying to figure out the name for the character. But yes, you definitely know you're in the online space when like you've been killed by a sweaty ball sack or something. Flashes across the screen as your character loses its life. Am I looking forward to the hybrids? I think it's a cool idea. I mean, realistically, what the planes do is they manipulate positions. They might make you move from behind an island or something like that. And rather than it just being an attrition contest with bow-end ships against bow-end ships using islands for cover and just kind of attritioning the shit out of each other, I mean, planes add a more of a dynamic. And the last that I'd heard, like the hybrid ships, what they did was that instead of having like CVs where the planes return or something, they just basically like load up 2 minutes or 3 minutes or whatever the fuck, and then just like you take off with 2 planes or something, or 3 planes. If you're coming in, you're doing the thing, as the planes get shot down, they don't throw torps or bombs or whatever the fuck they do. So players, I think, would enjoy the fact that if they shoot down any planes, it means less incoming damage. So that's going to resonate with players. And then it's just a fire and forget weapon. You use it if you have them, and then they're done. And then X amount of minutes later, you can do it again, which is cool. So for the most part, you're just sailing a ship, using your guns, doing your thing, but there are going to be sections of time where you think like, I can use planes to spot, or I can use planes to dislodge, or I can use planes to influence. I think it's neat. I think it's cool. People have been talking about it on the forums for a long time, where they just like, when do we get hybrid ships? And then they announced that they were actually going to do the thing. Of course, the next thing people on forums are going to be talking about is when do we get the Japanese submarine carrier? So it's a sub that can launch planes. But I think that's probably going to be a while. Ooh, that was a really sexy spread. Oh, that would make sense, Elo. So the reason they don't even go back to the ship is because they can't land. There's no landing strip. Oh, well, okay. I didn't even realize that there was like a realistic component to it. I just thought it was that that was their balancing characteristic. It was just a one shot. You do the thing, and then there's a time while they reload. I thought that was neat. Hatsu is in smoke. Might be able to get a reset. I'm gonna try and keep the reticle large by wiggling around. Just kind of power prayer. We got some resets. Cool. Do that again, I guess. Just left, right, whatever. Try and get it big. Maybe reversed. Whatever. Dunkirk, Minakazi, Fushun. Probably bombs actually for this. Because we could bomb the DDs or bomb the Dunkirk. So I'll recall and use bombs. Cool. Serpent's gonna engage the Hatsu. Plus he's got Hydro, so the Hatsu's lit. A division with hybrids can permalite a destroyer for the team and grief if they don't take a carrier spot in the matchmaker. Well, realistically, destroyers with smoke will have the ability to smoke. Destroyers without smoke, if they know they're against carriers or hybrids, should never be playing in a position where they just get fucked by planes. So, that still comes down to player agency. Wow, 3. Oof. I mean, you still know the ship that you're bringing when you come into it. Your ship's gonna have capabilities, strengths and weaknesses. Play to the strengths, guard the weaknesses. Maybe? Got lucky, got one. But the other thing is, as far as like, I think it was on a dev blog, I'm pretty sure that was announced, you know, when they were doing the hybrids and shit, that the planes that the hybrids use have very little health. So I wouldn't worry really about the hybrids just like hovering a DD until it's dead, because the planes are really easy to kill. As long as you're in a situation where you're not in bumblefuck nowhere with no AA, well, in which case you kind of screwed yourself. Yeah, if somebody was talking about kamikaze planes, I mean, kamikaze stuff, I think you have to remember that this is released in lots of different countries, right? So if you're a person that is, if you're a Japanese person and you've lost family members that you knew they were kamikaze pilots in a hopeless situation, they threw their lives away for something that didn't amount to anything. Do you really want to be reminded of that? Is that really something you want to glorify? So, sometimes, you know, it's an interesting situation from a historical perspective, but it was an extremely desperate act. And from what I understand, it was not extremely effective. So people threw their lives away and didn't really get much out of it. So it's doubly unpleasant as far as like memories go. Depends on their ability to spot. I guess I don't understand what you mean by that. Right. Okay. I think the Tone only carried scouts during the war, but the Issei could pick up its scouts with a crane, but not its bombers. So, haven't seen the Fushun. The Fujin? So no real idea as to where that is. Gaide might be over here. I should probably start reversing, actually.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Although we might draw fire, which is kind of okay. Might have to start working on the Friedrich. And I suppose we could already be lit by the Gaide, wherever the hell it is. But usually people would be taking pot shots at me by now if that was the case. We are detected. Gaide's over here. So I'm sure he's back here with the Friedrich. Continue the reverse? Yeah. It depends on where they'll be any good at spotting. Whether they'll be any good at spotting, that's all. If I understand, I mean, the planes that are being launched from the hybrids are planes. So they see whatever the fuck the CV planes would see. It's the same mechanic. Just like guns on a destroyer work the same as guns on a battleship. They might have different strength, they might have different shell flight time, they might have different blah blah blah, but like mechanically it's similar. The only difference is you just come out in a small wave of planes. Yeah, I'm dead. It's okay. I think we win. I did get a torp into the DD, but I still think we win based off this. Should work on the Friedrich though. No, he's dead. But so are we. I could blind drop the smoke, but I don't think that'd be worth it. Good kill, Serpent. His happy friend. Serpent probably murders... Yeah, Serpent murders him in the face, so that's not a concern. Let's see if we can work over on this. Random historical fact, Tone scouts were the ones to spot Yorktown during Midway. Yeah, I think the limiting factor really with the hybrids is that, you know, they're only going to take off with a small number of planes and that's all they have. So they take off with 2 planes or 3 planes or 4 planes or whatever the hell number of planes it is, and those planes just can be shot down and then they're gone for however many minutes. Also, while the hybrid is flying planes, if it works the same way as the carrier does, then that's all they're doing. They're not shooting, they're not interacting with the battle any other way other than like moving a carrier hull. They'd just be moving their ship hull. I suppose if they have secondaries, maybe the secondaries are firing. Yeah, this is a win. Cool. Definitely goes down. He's open watering and he's not even shooting at him, so yeah, that's gonna drag him down. I guess none of the torps are gonna connect though. Still goes down though. Hey, it's numbers with the clock in, and it's 2 CVs that'll be murdered on the edge of the border. So that's done. The whole kamikaze business included the expenditure of lives of pilots who did not achieve any meaningful result. However, in terms of material cost, it was on a whole a bit more effective than conventional military operations. Yeah, I could understand that. I think that's one of the arguments about guerrilla warfare, right? That an insurgency cell of just a few people with a very specific purpose is very hard for large conventional methods to detect and stop, and yet they can have like an outsized influence. So you get 2 or 3 people that set off a bomb. I mean, that bomb could be pretty massive experience, but it was only a few people in a bomb that got thrown, you know, used to achieve the end, versus having like a massive military back and forth where it's in a heads-up fight, 2 people going at it, they're trading. You know, the ability for a small, unexpected surprise attack to just be devastating. Sure. It was a case of where the Empire could never win a contest in the air toe-to-toe with the Allies. They could hope to do is to expend the lives of their dedicated soldiers to sink ships. So in a way, it was one of the most useful things the Air Force could be doing. It's just that it meant not contesting the airspace and making pilot lives highly expendable. I mean, yeah. I mean, I realize this is a World War II game, but in terms of like a military effectiveness of a strike, if you have a suicide bomber, you're throwing away the life of a person to achieve an end. It's essentially a guided ordnance because the person is guiding the bomb to its destination and not worried about getting it back out. But it doesn't mean that it's a memory that you really want to dwell on. It's usually a sign of extreme desperation. Otherwise, you try not to die while doing it. So, I mean, I can understand... Me personally, that's why I feel that kamikaze will never be in this game. And I'm completely okay with that, because it's not something that... As you put it, it's a sign of desperation, and I don't really think it's something to like, rejoice in. You know, war can be a real shit sandwich of a situation, and sometimes you gotta make some rough choices, so... Can I get the Hizen? No, because I didn't play any DDs. I need a little bit of DD damage, but not a lot. Right? Some. I need about 82,000. Trying to inform the perception that the whole kamikaze thing was unsuccessful. Oh, I guess the reason why I said it was unsuccessful is I'm not a history buff. My friend is a huge World War II guy. He's one of the reasons why I play this. His father was a big fan of the Tuskegee Airmen, so he got his son into aircraft and military stuff off of that. But also, I mean, my friend is big into World War II. So when the carrier rework happened, he played it and he was like, "Hey, you got to check this out." So, hey, this is cool. So it got me into the game. But it was something like, I had heard Drakdefel, I think, does YouTube videos talking about historical stuff. And he was talking about unarmored deck CVs versus armored deck CVs. And how a kamikaze pilot had struck into an armored deck. And it didn't do anything, because the deck was armored. Just, he crashed, and they pushed the ship over the side, or pushed the remains of the plane off the side, and went back to doing what they were doing. Because it didn't tear through any structure, it didn't do any actual damage to the ship. So it was more like that. It's that I had not cited any overwhelming numbers. Like, I'm sure it resulted in ships going down or ships being savaged by unexpected, holy fuck, there's a plane coming in here, it rams, it does damage. But I hadn't heard of any like very large or expansive situations where it turned the tide, which is why I would say that it was an act of desperation that didn't work out. And hence why I would say there's probably some folks that don't want to live in that moment. I'd heard otherwise. I'd heard that the Emperor did not actually relent because of the nuclear bombs. Although, again, I don't know the history on that. I've heard two versions of that. That basically the US had declared unconditional surrender. That Japan will unconditionally surrender. To which they eventually said, they basically contacted the Allies and said, "We'll surrender if you let us keep our emperor." To which the US president that had said unconditional surrender had died and was replaced by a successor who would not overturn what the previous predecessor, the previous American president had sworn, unconditional surrender. So they dropped the first nuclear bomb, to which the Japanese said, "We'll surrender if you let us keep our emperor." To which they said no, and they dropped the second nuclear bomb, to which the Japanese said, "We'll surrender if you let us keep our emperor." And then they didn't have any more bombs, so they said, "Okay. But I guess just don't talk about it, However, I've also heard a counter narrative, which was essentially that the Russians were getting closer, and well, yes, I guess people had done the math and they recognized this was going to be a bitch. If somebody tried to take Japan, it was going to be a real unpleasant situation. That I guess the Japanese were outright worried about what would happen when the Russian troops came and the resulting, things that would occur after that. So they ultimately it was a combination of they let them keep the emperor even if they maybe didn't make a big point out of it, didn't really announce it to the world, hey, there's a condition, but also because they knew we're not going to win this and this is going to get really bad if we don't somehow stop this before it gets worse. So I've heard two versions. I don't know which one is the correct one. Although I think the source for the one that was saying that they gave up because of the Russians was it seems like it was the more, had the more potential to be the correct one. I don't know. Maybe we can light a fire on this? And drop a fighter just for spotting. If that second fire, it might burn out.
Fighter airborne. Fighter destroyed.
The reality is complicated and all points are likely valid.
Warship.
As can be the case.
I need intelligence data.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Intelligence reports shoot the Julio Caesar.
Fire on the designated target.
So we're going to spot the Fujian as we make passes. Lowenhard is hidden behind an island. Nobody's going to interact with that. And the Visteris is... I mean, maybe the Pensacola is going to interact with them if the Pensa has Hydro. There's the Fujian. Dropped a fighter to try and keep the Fujian lit for a little bit. Oh, that's such a wide dispersion. That's rough. Did that hit? Nope. That went all the way to the edge. Japanese plan for the work had a negotiated settlement, or expected a negotiated settlement all along. Okay. I could go with that.
Autopilot mode disabled.
Yeah, for me, like, I am very interested in, human behavior. I'm interested in psychology. Why things go the way that they go. That sucks. R.I.P.D.D. But, there is, like, in terms of very specific, I don't know, some people, like, can deep dive into Vietnam, some people can deep dive into World War II, some people deep dive into World War I. There are some things that when I get fascinated by it, I will do an extreme deep dive, like carriers. For whatever reason, carriers just, it spoke to me. And I've spent a lot of time learning about the, what carriers are in World of Warships, how they are implemented, what's the intended usage, what's the goal, blah, blah, blah.
Destination reached.
But,
Mode disabled.
World War II, I have an interest in. For some reason, I've always been more fascinated by Vietnam. But again, I'm by no means a historical buff at all, in either situation. So because there's a Pensacola here, those defensive fires were getting ripped off, or, shot down. And I think the London's probably going to kill those too, but it doesn't matter.
Autopilot mode enabled.
Russian troops overrunning Manchuria did have a lot to do with it. Is that when, like, Russian troops found out about what happened in Manchuria? Because I knew that was some real fucked up shit. That I knew about. I knew about the crazy shit that happened in Manchuria. I think, like, people were tied to poles so that they could test shrapnel patterns for bomb explosions. And that was no bueno. Right.
Requesting support.
He sadly kills our DD friend. But maybe we can avenge him. He's on fire for what it's worth. Fuck, I wish I could just turn these things, but I can't. I don't know. One rocket, all we need. There we go. Try to work on the Matsuki, I guess. Double DD, Normandy, Fujin, Matsuki, and then a Normandy to shoot us in the face a lot. You fucking serious? Just turn. That's all you have to do. Just turn to the right. Let's see. Shot too low. That's the one of those power slides that works out. You're in a destroyer running away from planes, you're giving them additional time to sight you and line the shot.
Fighter airborne. Fighter
Try to help with the Normandy, potentially help with the Matsuki. DD is dead. Cap is almost done. It's 2 minutes, 2 people on it. It's going to be about 30 seconds. I think it's... Is it 2 minutes to cap or 3? I think it's 3. So a minute 30, 45 seconds, whatever. Just take the drop. And if we get the DD, great. Probably around here.
Destination reached. Autopilot mode disabled.
Oh, don't overfly, bud. No. Oh, so close. Tried, though. The Soviets invading Manchuria and attacking the Japanese was a condition of the Yalta Conference Agreement. Soviets were required to attack the Japanese 3 months after Germany's surrender. Ah, okay. Got it. All right. Slow and steady wins the race. Doing the thing. 26. Still a lot to go. Not 20, we're 18% of the way there. Again with the 4 DDs. So the US line with the rockets and the bombs is fairly effective at trying to hold back the DD menace. Which is really just hopefully gives our front line the advantage on them. In terms of actually deleting a destroyer completely by yourself in a carrier, I mean, it can happen, but it does require the DD not smoking. It does require the DD being in the open where it can constantly be harassed. And it does take a lot of time. And outside of like obnoxious silliness where you can double torp and they eat both torps or something, or you just get really dumb RNG, triple bomb. Mostly what we're trying to do is spot to give our team the ideas to what they're going up against so that they can plan and execute effectively. And also to kind of batter some health off of them so that when it does come to a 1v1 trade or, you know, a 2v2, they're starting from a disadvantage because they have less health. What chair am I using? The office chair from Walmart. So nothing super special on that. Can we get this? Maybe. Hard turn off to the right. I'm pretty lucky there with the 5. 6K actually. Is he turning in? He is turning in. Slam on the brakes. I don't know if I can make this shot. I'm really close. Did a little bit, but not very much. It's fine. So we ripped half the health off the Gajda, which is good. Using the same chair. Yeah. Tried a folding chair, tried something else. The only thing with this is the gas spring sucks, so I'll constantly reset it. I mean, it holds, it's not broken, but it's not great. Nexus could take long-range shots. We are lit by the Furious. If he comes in, he needs to pre-drop. If he wants to strike us, which he might do. Looks like that's what he's gonna do. Farragut v. Mahon. Did get Torps off. Will it be a trade? Please be a trade. Not a trade. Son of a bitch. Fusion.
All stations, reporting the position of a strategic target.
Yeah, so he's taking the shot. I don't know if he pre-dropped though. If he did, he did not pre-drop. He should have struck us with 4 planes. So our fighter should have only killed 1. Because the AA would have killed 1. So that was a misplay. He wasted 2 planes there. Gonna respot this guy. He didn't stop in his smoke. It's kind of strange, but hopefully people can take pot shots at this, but I don't know if they're going to. We're gonna have to encounter an Omaha soon. But we've already lost 1 destroyer. Having frontline pressure is very important. Whiff. Shells coming out, which is good. He's down, but we'll have him relit shortly, and you know, he decided not to use his AA, which, I mean, hey, you do you. Or sorry, use his smoke. Get 1. He popped his smoke, and he just promptly ran right the fuck out of it, so that didn't work out too well for him. Very good smoke, probably about another minute on. That was pretty recent. Hopefully the Omaha get clocked.
Repel air attack.
That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah. Hayet's number is probably going to just slaughter the Omaha whenever he shoots, because the Omaha is super broadside. That's going to leave a Texas and a wounded Gajda and a wounded Julio. Well, no, Julio probably is okay. Shells out. Somehow he lives. There's some more shells. Ugh. Whiff. Dead? Eventually dead. When he is, this fighters will leave. Once the host ship is gone, the fighters will bail. Cool. Still gonna have to help over here. I don't think they have a way in. It's just down to a Bliss that's not pushing. And, because the Farragut already cleaned off the other DD, which means the Farragut could actually be looking to take Bravo. Which would be a problem. But, first things first, we're gonna have to try to deal with what's over here, so that our assets can start moving and affecting the rest of the map. Good, we broke a rudder. We get 1, maybe 2. Shot down by fighter. Oh, for spotting. Yeah, okay, cool.
Reporting the target position.
They're holding. Holding is good enough at the moment. We're gonna keep working on this.
Autopilot mode.
Could move forward, maybe take position here. Although, we have 4 assets, but we only have 1 battleship. Good, Gajda's down. Fuck yeah, sir. If the ship dies while the fighters are trying to engage your planes, do they despawn or do they persist? If they have latched, if they have found an active target and are in a pursuit mode, then they will stay in pursuit mode. If they have not latched, if this hasn't turned red, then they're still in patrol, and once the fighter, or once the host ship has died, then they stop patrolling and they leave. So yeah, if they have latched, they will continue their engagement, start firing, and do what they do. They won't just leave. Middle attack. Single bomb again. Farragut comes over to clap the Strasbourg. Might get it. Might not, because he torped really at the bow. Good damage, though. Strasbourg lives. Farragut lives. Pursue the Julio, maybe? Kamikaze's coming to rap. My name's Kamikaze and I'm here to say. Sorry. That was really bad. Sometimes bad jokes are magic. It's probably gonna be a kill. Oh, they timed out, and one of those will hit. He is dead. Two of those will hit. He's definitely dead. Done got deaded. Okay, can definitely commit and just work on this. Nope. I'm sorry, that joke was terrible. I mean, that was really bad. When I get tired, it's almost like I'm drunk. And I was in Discord chat or whatever, and there's this guy's like, "Oh my god, please stop making dad jokes. It's just like it's making me dead inside." I think you meant to say it's making you dad inside. And it was just like, "Fuck you." But I mean, he set himself up for it. Hey, Gert. Warning, dad level joke detected. Reach minimum safe distance. Detonate.
Sunk an enemy destroyer.
I think we had a detonation in the... Did we have a detonation in the dodge bomb tournament? I feel like we did. I think we had one. But I could be wrong. Maybe we didn't. I'm not sure. No, I don't think we did. I don't remember it. Alright, so we did some bomb stuff. I mean, really, it's just cleanup at this point. Torps is probably the wrong choice, just because the Zara is super maneuverable, so we take rockets for the Zara, take rockets for the Sims. Kamikaze might murder the Furious, but when this dies, I think we just... They point out? No! Oh, they still have a cap, so I guess they're still getting some points. Free flags! Yes! Took you 9 tries to get a win in the Shikaku. Oof. Well, that's probably meaning that you're not focusing the impact targets. If you're top of the team, it means you're dealing damage, or you're dealing a fair percentage of health to the enemy team. So you're taking big chunks out of them, and that's cool. But if it's not translating into a win, then maybe you're not playing with enough impact. You're just playing with damage. It could be worth examining what your targeting is. The XP came from resetting caps? Well, okay. In 10 games? That's a lot of cap resets, dude. You were playing Hole today and then you got stuck watching Twitch. Well, it's good to have you, sir. Alright, so we're 20% of the way there. Ugh. I think this is going to be a long grind. The RAT division? Oh, Ranger Arizona T, Rat Division. I mean, I'm not saying that there aren't games that you can't lose, because you can absolutely lose games. But 9 in a row seems kind of rough. That is quite a statistical outlier. Oh, sorry, the 9th game you won. I thought it was 9 losses, then the 10th game you won. But still, that is an outlier. That's like a 11 or 12% win rate.
Battle starts.
Right, 3 DDs, Cags and Visteris, double North Cal, that's going to be a problem. You focus DDs, then go for high priority targets, stuff like that. Stuff that's capping or ones that are nearly dead. Maybe. But if the team collapses 5 minutes in, what can you do? I guess I'd still be interested. I'd be interested in seeing what's going on. Feels like something is just not clicking if you had that happen to you 8 times in a row. That really does seem... That seems really like an outlier. That seems very strange. If you want to submit a replay, we can check it out. But when I do regrind streams, I just tend to do the regrind, record it, ship it to YouTube. People want to hang out and just kind of watch it. It's an easy way to just sort of zone out and vibe with a certain ship. Your Shikaku win rate was like 55% before. That was a regrind of your Hikaru line. Oh, okay. Well, if and you know what you're doing, and it just ain't fucking working, well, then it just ain't fucking working. Sometimes that happens. Just doing a little bit of slide. We'll aim low. Wham. Don't power slide on the electric fence. Power slide again. Aim low. Did not work out nearly as well. But then again, there's also saturation. Cheshire, North Cal, Miyoko. I think we take Bravo pretty easy. Not claiming that I know, I just wanted to share my frustration with someone. Fuck! Well, I feel you, sir.
Autopilot mode enabled.
As the super unicunts will say, 51% player is just a bad player. No? Well, okay, I guess the unicunts, sure. I mean, 51% is actually, it's a good thing. You're contributing more than, more on average than you need to for the win. 51 is worthy of note. I am confused, like, there are some players that, I don't know, like, until you're 60 or 63 or 66 or, like, I don't know, like, you're trash. What the fuck are you talking about? What level of total domination do you have to have before you're not garbage? Like, are you fucking serious with this? So, that's rough. Alright, well, they smoked, they saved the cap. Can bomb the Cheshire, although this is tier 8, and British heavy cruiser 8, or fucking shit. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of nothing happening there. That was a waste of a strike. That was dumb. I already knew going in heavy cruiser A is nothing to fuck with, and sure enough, it said get bent. A win rate of 54 is solid. Yeah, I had a conversation one night. I was responding to some people on the forum, and forum folks like asked me a basic question. But the problem is the answer to the basic question is fairly involved. So it's like when you ask, what is the meaning of life? I mean, it sounds like a really easy question to throw out there, but if you're looking for like a pithy 1-second answer, I mean, maybe you're not really asking the question, or maybe you're not really interested in the answer. But somebody asked me a question, you know, is it okay for CVs to have initiative? I think is what it was. And my response was, I don't think I can answer that quickly, but I can try to answer it. So I recorded a video. And there was a guy that came on and he's just telling me, you're garbage, you're garbage, you're garbage. Not gonna lie, I've heard this in my head for probably the last 2.5 to 3.5 months because of this fine gentleman that decided to say this to me one fine night. But anyway, like somebody had asked me, you know, my win rate is 55%. Do you think I'm like ready? Basically, am I ready for a competitive clan? I think is what this guy was asking. And I'm looking at his win rate, or I'm looking at his stats. His PR is whatever the fuck his PR is. I don't much care about that. But the win rate was 55%, which to me shows that they have a good grasp of what they're trying to bring to the table when they play X. They play Cruiser, they play Battleship, they play whatever the fuck they're gonna do. So they're consistently bringing more to the table than they're expected to, and because of that, it's tipping the scales in their team's favor, and they win more than they lose. No one person wins every game outright, unless the ship is quite literally just broken. You know, Wargaming puts in a ship that has laser beam nuke rockets. So you just aim, and then like 7 ships die, so you just fucking win. When that ship appears, sure, one carrier or one person can carry the team, but until that point, nah, not so much. But I mean, I'm trying to explain, like, if this dude has a 55% win rate, that is noticeable. That is notable. Could it be better? Probably. There might be more that you can squeeze out of your play with certain mechanical knowledge or certain positioning knowledge or certain maybe getting better accuracy or better this or better that or what the fuck ever. But to this person in chat, you're garbage. Like, okay, you can say that to a 55% win rate. Garbage. Well, what the fuck is not garbage? 60? 65? 80? What is your metric for success, dude? Oh, that's heartbreaking. Right. Cool. North Cal, don't really want to mess with the North Cal. That's a lot of health and healing. Try to continue on this. I might actually try to bunker on this island, though I don't know if I can. Might have to slow that down. The problem is people only see win rate. They define you by your win rate. Now you just hide your stats. I guess my experience has been different. My experience has been more that people define you by your PR. Which, oddly enough, win rate is the smallest portion of the PR calculation, which is just kind of strange to me. But PR is very effective at finding damage carry players. That is true. You're looking for somebody to play like the equivalent of an attack damage carry in League of Legends. You want somebody that does just metric fuckloads of damage. PR is an excellent stat for finding somebody that does metric fuckloads of damage. Because that is what that stat tells you. Right, so this is a problem. These guys are still holding strong, which is pretty fucking cool. Cheshire is still an issue. Cheshire did bail, which is nice. Can try to help with the Byron, maybe.
Fighter airborne. Affirmative.
Yeah, that's a correct summary booster.
Fighter destroyed.
All right. Definitely lose this, probably lose this. Might get him to drop a fighter. but I could certainly set another fire. Just the one. Well, I kind of expected only to have one anyway, so... Take rockets against the North Cal, maybe? Shatter some AA mounts. Was there any official word as to why the Tier 10 CVs need to research upgrades to their planes while most other Tier 10s don't need to research anything? It makes playing a new Tier 10 CV rather frustrating. Not that I'm aware of. I don't think there's any formal reasoning as to why that is the case. I suppose it gives you options. And I think potentially reduce service cost. I think the upgraded planes cost like an additional few credits as opposed to the base planes.
That was a great battle. Well done, Commander. All stations.
Tactics are relative to both craft involved and operator skill. What worked for one nation in World War II did not work universally. The same is true in WoWs. Sounds to me like your tactics work for you, therefore they are the right tactics for you. Yeah, unfortunately, that conversation, that garbage thing, was effectively more internet speak. It was somebody that has decided that they wanted to fuck me over, so that was what they were trying to do. So it didn't matter whether it was based in reality or not. It's just more like, when I was thinking about that situation, even to have somebody try to make the argument at all seemed weird. So it's like, how do you even begin to come up with this line of logic? And even assuming this line of logic was real, which I don't expect it was, I think it was just more because they wanted to just fuck with me. But if you went out on a limb and tried to figure out how would you make it real, I don't know. Obviously, it's way too much thought on a thing that doesn't matter. Troll's gonna troll, but still, it was a thing.
Enemy destroyer foundered.
On the plus side, though, I did have a conversation with the person later in the night where they decided to stop trolling, which was nice. We had a good conversation, I feel. I haven't interacted with them since. Wish them the best. Hopefully they wish me the best, but yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've heard that in my head for probably most days over the last 2.5 to 3.5 years. So there was an experiment like by a, I don't know, like a third grade teacher or something, where they had a bunch of kids take a piece of paper, they'd ball up the paper and they'd stomp on it and they'd throw it at the wall and they'd smash it and they'd do whatever the fuck they were gonna do. And then she said, cool, now I want you to open up the sheet of paper and make it nice and smooth like it was before. And the kids couldn't do it because they'd fucked up the paper. So they could make it flat, they could make it workable, but they couldn't make it nice like it used to be. And the teacher tried to use that as a learning experience for, if you're gonna fuck with somebody, if you're gonna slap them around and be a dick and put them down and all these other negative things, why would you expect them to just bounce back and be clean all of a sudden? That shit's gonna stick with them for the rest of forever, really. Unless, I mean, you can buff some of it out, but like, GG, motherfucker. So, it's kind of a dick thing. That's actually a pretty good benchmark there, Gert. Based on my experience, I would say that's a good benchmark, Gert. Head games are indeed a thing. Alrighty. You've only been watching me since the raid on Friday, and I am not garbage. You not only teach how to play and counterplay CVs, you also provide insight into the overall team play, and I've learned a lot. Thank you very much, Sunglint. I do appreciate that, sir. I started this channel for... Oh, by the way, Six Packs Captain Morgan, thank you very much for the bits. I did not see that, but I see it now, so thank you very much for that. I started this channel because when I started playing, it was like 2 months into the rework, and most Twitch channels and other stuff were like, yeah, fuck CVs, they're terrible, so I mean, I'm not going to learn anything there. Some people still played them on Twitch, but it was just extremely rare, and to even talk about them was really no bueno. But maybe like 6 months, well, 8 months, 10 months ago, I came across a European streamer, definitely not a CV main. And he played CVs unapologetically, and I could just talk about the shit. And it was just nice. It was nice to be able to talk about mechanics and have a conversation about a class that I spent a lot of fucking time learning about. And the only resource I'd found short of that was like Top Tier, who posted CV videos on YouTube, which was useful until I'd gleaned the information I felt I needed to glean, and, you know, played more by myself or whatever. But just the thought that there could be a channel where people weren't being assholes and you could just talk about the shit was so nice. But then he got busy, like work and life got in the way, so I think I was at like a family dinner or something where my dad joked, when are you going to become a millionaire playing games? Well, realistically, probably never, but I mean, I think I could give streaming a shot. So that's kind of what this is. It's a place to learn about CVs. It's a place to see CV play, talk about it. But for those that don't like CVs or don't know how to play them, or frankly just don't enjoy playing them, at least you get to see them. You can learn what's going on. Learn about what a CV player sees. What about a CV player, the decision making and shit like that. It's a place where you can discuss things, discuss mechanics, discuss interactions. Not gonna lie, you know, if somebody is particular cheesed off about XCV thingamajig whatever that seems to be the topic of the month, I may end up responding like, oh god, this again. But I mean, that's human nature. Shit happens. But still, it's nice to have a place where you can just talk about shit. And for the most part, the people that hang out here do tend to enjoy just kind of learning, just kind of have an honest discussion, which is pretty badass. The only rules that I've ever really kept are don't be a dick. And failing that, because sometimes people are dicks, don't try to be a dick. So as long as you're not trying to be an asshole, it's okay. Was it Mr. G? Was who Mr. G? No, Nocturnal Stream, I think, was his main, and then he made a new in-game name called Definitely Knock a CV main. So Nocturnal Stream, I think, still, he does stream, he just doesn't stream super regular. I think he's most known for like doing some Graf Zeppelin memes where he and two other destroyer, like he'll be in a Graf Zeppelin and he'll have two destroyers that'll smoke for him. So he can run around secondarying the fuck out of everything. He does enjoy that quite a bit. So we don't actually get to do any damage to the Devonshire here, but we might pull him into the rocks. Probably not. Might keep him lined up. Thought about going for the Minsk for a moment there, but I think that's a no. Probably just need to use bombs. Cool. So this is pushing, which is why it's dragging my attention. Get one or two? Just one? You did get two. Alright. Devonshire's gonna have a pretty serious heal. It is a British heavy cruiser. Anybody that's encountered a Minotaur or its ilk knows that they have fucking huge heals, or conquerors or whatever. Good shit, Serpent Lord. Coming up clutch over and over again. Alright, so that's gonna leave the Minsk unguarded and the Caracciolo. Caracciolo. I don't know how you'd say that. Is gonna bail. This is the huge knot of unpleasant that's gonna have to be dealt with, and they're actually bailing from it, so I might have to bail as well. Maybe take a position on the island. Because I don't see why they couldn't break through Delta and just start cross-firing, but it seems like they've been hesitant to do so thus far. Did slide into a bomb. Caracciolo. I don't know how to say that. There, maybe he slides across the reticle. Just gets the one. Chiseled a little health off of him, but not a lot. Cleveland's not a joke. Oh, good. At least we got some shots into this. And I'm going to drop a fighter. As I drop, fighter. So that's at least going to keep him lit a little bit longer. Let's see if we can scout Delta. I think I need to take a defensive position here. I need to already start moving because, like, these dudes are going to come through. We get lit by planes or something. That's a whole bunch of crossfire and oof. Can you send a replay today, Mr. Zoo? When I do regrind streams, I just do the regrind until I stop. So, I'm not doing replays right now. I might end up doing a more standard flight instructor stream later where we do the replays and stuff, but at the moment I'm just doing the US line. Because I mean, this is being recorded, so I'll upload it to YouTube or whatever. For those that are trying to learn the US line initially, because I actually tell people, if you're going to start with CVs, you should start with the US line because of its kind of basic mechanics or general interactions. HE kind of interacts with everything. They have enough pen. So this way people can just kind of see the US line in the game. That worked out pretty well. Minsk smoked. Farragut didn't want to smoke. On what? Intelligence reports the ships are over here. Might be able to get this shot. Depends on if he... I mean, he's staying broadside. He started to turn a little... Yeah, we did some. North Carolina, Bayern. North Cal's going to be a super hard target, so unless the Sims lands a bunch of torps into that, there's nothing that's going to stop. Maybe, oh fuck, I think he's AFK. Just sitting there getting nailed by secondaries. Yes, Mr. G plays CV often. He does that. Have I noticed more DDs since the Commander rework and Deadeye? I've noticed more DDs since CVs got nerfed. As far as more DDs because of Deadeye, no, I haven't noticed any change. Tier 8 CVs still have very effective rockets for dealing with destroyers. Tier 6 tend to be gated, although if you just sit completely broadside and wait to get shot, it's probably going to hurt. And Tier 10 actually got nerfed about 3-4 months ago, and their rocket interactions with destroyers got heavily altered when they changed all reticles to horizontal, and all of the rocket dispersion at Tier 10 got shittier. Except for the Germans, which, I mean, they require accurate shots because you're trying to get citadels. Rework decreased cruiser population, which in turn increased destroyer play. Is that actually proven? Have people pulled numbers on that? That there are less cruisers now and stuff? I'm sure people have access to numbers, but I haven't actually heard any that are, like, quoted. I've only heard anecdotes. Work on the Bayern, I think. North Cal's doing North Cal stuff. We still have 3 caps, though, so as long as they just kind of, like, derp around over there, it's kind of a victory condition for us. Maybe we get this torp. I don't think we get that one. Although if he turns really sharply, it might dink. Nope. Got 2. Where the hell is he going? Looks like the Perth probably gets this kill. Nope. Rescued by the Amalfi. Can look for the Farragut, can look for the Minsk. Everything else is over on the 9 line, just kind of like I mean, it might not be there. That's its last spotted position, but I was just over here. I didn't see anything.
Our team has taken the lead.
Alright, I don't quite understand this. I guess he's scared of the Gneisenau Amalfi. But running out isn't going to help him get caps, so that position is not going to get him anywhere. Double battleship against a Caracciolo. Maybe somebody wrote in chat how to say that. And a Minsk, and then still don't know where this is. Eugen finally pops out. We're going to get a scout on whatever the hell this is. And let me see if we can find the Farragut first. There we got. Might have left. Suppose that's possible. He might have gone over there. Nice now. Dropped a fighter because the fighter comes down all the way from the like way up in the sky, so it can see temporarily over islands, and it will instantly render enemy ships, as opposed to having the rendering delay of your computer asking the server, "Can I see this?" The server goes, "Yeah, you can see it," and then you actually get to see the ship that's shooting you in the face with AA mounts from like 2 kilometers away, as it kind of thinks about life for a little while. But the fighter will instantly render the ship. You got 2 in a fire. That's going to be a North Cal. Yeah, I don't think we get to go back on that. Nope. They're all dead. Ooh, Farragut's in Charlie. Okay. Good to know. Sucks we're going to lose that, though. I am serious, though. Does anybody actually have, like, a stat that says cruisers are played less often? Or is that just anecdote? Because, I mean, we have 5 cruisers in this game. No? 4? 4 cruisers on each side in this game. And 4 DDs? No, just 2. 2 and 4 battleships. Alright. Whatever. Oh, I guess I could just look up here. 2 DDs. Yeah. 4 cruisers. Dead. Cool. Work on the Eugen. I think they just murder it. Pretty much we're just kind of out of stuff to do. Not going to be able to deal with the North Cal. Probably not even going to be able to get out here to be able to affect it. That sucks. He did. Damn it. You done got deaded. Shots in the mid. Got a fire. There we go. And I guess we just still have to fight this out because this shit's not happening quick. Amagi's gonna start working on C. Their destroyer got clocked? How'd the Minsk go down? Maybe from that battleship? Dropped a fighter for spotting if he wants to farm from smoke.
Fighter airborne.
Yeah, I don't... The 9-10 line push was really wasteful. They put their ships in a position where they couldn't add to the back and forth exchange, so they just lost damage trade after damage trade because they didn't have ships that were shooting. No bueno. No bueno. Caracciolo. Is that correct, Vox2? Caracciolo. Cool. Caracciolo. Caracciolo. Alright, what does it mean? Doesn't look for every tier in cruiser, but high tier German cruisers got less popular in the last weeks in comparison to December on maple syrup. Yeah, but I think I think German cruisers like the Hindenburg got a reload buff somewhere back in October, November. So they also could have picked up because of the German stuff there. And I think there was the German cruiser event, wasn't there? There was the There was yeah, there was an event with like German cruisers and stuff. You could get the Graf Spee, I remember that. There was the German carrier event, but I think there was some other stuff, like you could get the A gear and oh, I don't remember. I just know there was other stuff. I just don't remember the specifics. It's a name, surname? Francesco Caracciolo? Oh, okay. Oh, I get ya. Grafthring Spee was the previous year? I don't know about that. Saying it was 2019 was when the Graf Spee thing was, not 2020. There was a German thing. I know there was the German CV thing. But then I was pretty sure there was like, yeah, Odin. Odin was the dockyard thing. Yeah, and not only there was Odin, but like there was other German themed kind of stuff, because there was like Z44 was released, and then I think like Z35 had been released around the same time. I believe well, maybe not the Moines. There was another German thing that came out, like there's kind of a whole bunch of German stuff that happened in a window of time. Well, yeah, so if that happened in summer 2020, you're going to have players that are going to slowly move toward that over, you know, the next few months, and then people are going to have a ship that they like and they're going to play it for a little while until something else comes in. Meta's going to shift. One of the big things you have to remember with the meta is just because it's meta doesn't mean it's the best choice. It means that it's the thing where people have gone. Because inevitably people will go to this because, oh, this is good now. And then people will go to that because, oh, this is better. And then people go to that because, oh, this is good now because it's better against blah. And shit just kind of moves in cycles. Sometimes patches can do that because a patch talks about German stuff and people are like, ooh, I want to play German stuff. Then patches play US stuff. We did the US battleship line. Now there's all kinds of Vermonts and Montanas. Even though Montana had kind of fallen out of fashion for like 6 to 10 months. This is brilliant. Oh. Well done, Mr. Sims. Enjoy your win. Alright, North Cal, Bismarck. North Cal's gonna have pretty impressive AA, again with the 4 DDs. 2 cruisers. Cruisers not in the meta, rawr. That is a Balti that's gonna have radar. The AA is not a joke for the Balti, but it's still penetrable and any damage we do to the Balti sticks, so it's not a bad thing to strike a Baltimore. But the DDs are still gonna be high priority, because there are 4 of them. And what did 4 DDs do? They kind of get in the nooks and crannies and they surprise motherfucker people. Says this game turned me onto naval warfare history at all. In terms of like something that I want to pursue, no. I think there's like, what is it? Jingles and 2 other people do like a historical talking about things like Armchair Admirals. I've never listened to one of those. One thing for me, and this is kind of specific for me, is I do not do well in situations where there's just tons of material. I get overwhelmed. So like if I play, for instance, Fallout 4, and I walk out of the vault and I could go everywhere, and I could do everything, and I just tend to turn the game off. I just leave. Well, that was cool. I did get through that with Fallout 3, so I was able to play Fallout 3, but in a lot of open world stuff, I just get overwhelmed and bail. So when it comes to like World War history, there's fuckloads of World War history, and trying to learn ship tactics and naval scenarios and names and who died in what situation and when. Holy Jesus. You know, there are people that are extremely good at that, and that ain't me. So, am I interested in it? Sure. I do find, I find conversations interesting, but is it something that I'm going to deep dive into? I find that probably unlikely. Usually the stuff I get interested in, there's some kind of hook. It might be like a psychological hook. It might be a game design. Ooh, this is interesting hook. Which World of Warships is actually really interesting in terms of game design. Because back when Counter-Strike came in, Counter-Strike introduced the idea of getting like 2 or 3 bullets and you're dead. That was not the norm in gaming. Outside of like a rocket launcher or a railgun or some kind of really super strong, effective weapon thing. But then Counter-Strike just kind of made it the norm, and then shooters changed, and other lots of games changed. Like World of Tanks has a similar concept to it. You'll take, you know, ting, oh, there goes a quarter of your health, bah, and now you're dead. All the rest of it's gone. One shell, you're dead, or something like silly like that. It's not always the case, of course, but people designed on that mindset for a long period of time, and World of Warships bucked that trend by having just, you can soak shitloads of damage and fire, and you can juke and mitigate the damage that's coming in. All sorts of different stuff. Another thing I really like about World of Warships is how paced it is. It's not a twitch-based shooter. It's not something where I have to have the reflexes of a 14-year-old to be able to somehow overcome who was able to turn the corner first and hunt the best pixel. So World of Warships really grabbed me, made me very interested, and I've just kind of stuck with it for a long time. Again, whiff. I think he just wants me to spot and shoot things for him. Are Ranger bombs already unusable like Lexi or Midways? Are already usable, or is 3 just not enough? In general, the tier 6 CVs are not about destroying everything on the map. Tier 6 CVs are still training wheel tier. So 3 bombs is enough to light fires, 3 bombs is enough to attack things, but it's not enough to just like beat the shit out of things. Tier 6 CVs are not designed to beat the shit out of enemies. You were curious because you wondered if I had any thoughts on future CV editions and what I'd like to see. In that case, no. I don't have historical references to draw on where I'm like, ooh, this CV was really cool and had amazing history. I wish I could see this. However, there are plenty of people that are in this channel that are very familiar with carriers and World War history that have multiple CVs they definitely want to see. I've been told multiple times, hey, please tell Wargaming to bring the Essex back, because the Essex was really notable.
Our team has taken the lead.
You saw you omitted something? You meant 3 bombs against DDs. Oh.
Battleship destroyed.
Alright, so this reticle on the bomber is designed for battleships. How do we know that? Because if I put this reticle on a battleship, basically the entire reticle fits on the battleship. It's designed for battleships. If I drop a cruiser, the cruiser's going to fill a fair amount of the reticle, so we're probably going to hit 1 bomb, or maybe 2 bombs. It's unlikely we hit 3, because it doesn't fill the reticle. Destroyer's going to be even smaller still. So when people bomb DDs with US bombs, it's not because the gun sight is made to kill DDs. It's because there's enough randomness in that reticle that maybe they get a bomb off, and if they do, it's gonna hurt. And if they get more than 1 bomb off, it's gonna hurt a lot. So like we can see this reticle versus this ship, they work together. So we get multiple hits, we get 3. Is it worth it bombing DDs in a Ranger? Sure. We literally held a dodge bomb tournament last Sunday where we had people in Ranger trying to bomb players that were playing in destroyers. They'd try and juke and whatever, and I mean they were perfectly capable of getting hits. So yeah, it's a viable thing to do. You can hit the DD, you can make it hurt, but Are you gonna miss a lot? Yeah, you're gonna miss a lot. Because the reticle is too big. It's not designed to bingo destroyers. Ugh. North Cal's a problem. Bismarck probably goes down. We have a lot of stuff over here, although DD's against... I guess they have a Benson and a Cleveland, to be fair. If the Cleveland wants to get in on the action, they could just radar the DDs. North Cal's opening up with flak. We'll do this, and we'll recall in here, which we're inside the flak ranges, so at least when they leave, they won't eat flak, but they still all died, so who cares? So if I had to choose on Midway, bombs or HVARs? Bombs or HVARs versus Tiny Tims to fight DDs? If I can keep the DD lit, and the DD is stuck in a situation where I can capitalize on their broadside, I would prefer rockets. Because rockets are dependable enough that if I can shoot a broadside, I can do damage. But if I cannot, quote-unquote, control the DD, then bombs are going to be the most capable at overcoming the DD's maneuvering to still be able to strike it anyway. Does that make sense? If the DD isn't able to just spin in a circle where I can't get a broadside on it, then bombs would be better, because bombs can track a DD that is spinning in a circle and I can still hit it. But it does still come down to RNG if the bombs will actually hit or not. Sometimes they hit really hard, but it gives you the most ability to track. We're gonna go for the Balti for the resets, although it looks like he just got reset, so maybe that doesn't matter. And all of these guys are dead. So I guess I should have helped with this shit. Oh, come on, get this down. Make it dead.
All stations reporting the position of a strategic target.
North Cal doesn't have torps, dude. You can come in. You can come over.
Concentrate fire on the designated target.
All right. 3 bombs, Balti kills 1. And try to use the island cover here to minimize AA as we come in on this. And now we'll go full speed. We still lose a plane though, because it's a Baltimore. I don't think we lose 2. Got a fire. Why are you hiding? And also, why are you broadside to a Balti? Okay. Just trying to help. Akazuki, New Mexico. Lennon's not dead yet. Maybe we can get the Balti. Yeah, well, so do these guys. Unfortunately. I wonder what the New Mexico and the Akazuki are at health-wise. Serpent, do you know what the New Mexico and the Aki are at health-wise? There we go. Okay. Aki is not taking Bravo, so we still have the point pressure. Which is nice. I guess I can... I don't know. Yee. I don't know, maybe I look for the Aki. Maybe he's coming around to try to torp the Lenin from behind? Don't understand what the Aki is doing right now. Because he took Alpha, so that happened. But what's the next thing? It could, but I didn't get detected. No, I'm detected now, so the Aki is somewhere... I don't know, here-ish, maybe? Because we got detected when we came over the island, now we're not detected. Okay, he is running the long con on the Lenin. And there is a CV as well. But still, we have point pressure, so... Lennon's got some secondaries for whatever that's worth. Aki's doing the thing.
Our victory is in sight.
Got one. AA is off. Just trying to help this dude. I mean, we might get the Hail Mary bomb. But we threw 3 and we only got 1, so the likelihood that we get the kill with the single might happen? Fuck. Tried. Right. We can work on this. Benson's claiming Alpha, which is cool. Pertzel has a lot of health against a Visser. Visser could actually hurt the Perth. Somehow the Lenin is not dead yet, which is kind of cool. Burns down. Does the Aki go down? Get a double strike, dude. Make it happen. He's healing. Oh, nope, can't get a double strike because, hey, its numbers got the kill. Secondary shit engaged. That's done. Cool.
Nice work.
Now it's just the CV, but he burns out. Alright, this one is finito.
Fighter airborne.
Especially once A is taken. It's even if we lose ships. I mean, granted, the points are what they are, but it's going to be over real quick. We can throw a GG. We can keep him lit for, hey, its number just farm down. Maybe you can kill him. Probably not in a minute, though. 40,000 health is not small. Oh, and he's blocked by the island. Well, we will whap him for a little damage before we go. Could have pre-dropped, because this fighter cleans up any remaining planes, so technically I wasted planes here. I could have just lost 1 to the fighter as opposed to 3. Daka Daka. We'll drop that before we go, just to try to keep him lit for our friend who is going to clear the island, but it's 10 seconds.
Fighter destroyed.
Autopilot mode disabled.
Oh, I'm not dead. For some reason I thought those were my last planes.